Okei, kokeillaan nyt. Joo, sori. Olisiko nyt vähän nopeampi? Miten me testataan tää? Mä sanon nyt, niin kirjoitan nyt. Pitäis olla vähän parempi. Mulla on erittäin pieni viive nyt siinä, se pitäis olla vähän nopeampi. En tiedä onko sitä nopea kuin Twitchissä, mutta ois silleen niinku, että se ei tulisi niin jäljessä. Parempi. Hei mä keitin kahvia, niin mä käyn hakemaan nopeasti. Eiks YouTube oo vähän hitaampi? Miten niin? Mistä sä tiedät? En minä tiedä. Kyllä näitä pitäisi olla aika lailla yhtään nopeita mun mielestä. Mutta tuolla oli vaan 3 eri vaihtoehtoa siihen. Mä otin nyt sen erittäin nopean. Pelataan vähän aikaa, kokeillaan. Mä en mitään custom-hahmoa rupea tekemään. Tää on vissiin tämmönen niinku detective-rikospeli. Mutta tässä on niinku cyberpunk-teema, käsittääkseni. Mielenkiintoista heti tässä alussa on se, että kun äsken tuli alkudemo ja mun näytöohjelman lämpötila tippui 50 asteeseen, nyt tässä alkuvalikossa se on 75 astetta. Välittömästi. Jotain vitun kummallista. Mä en tiedä, nämä hahmot on vissi jotenkin vähän erilaisia. Otetaan vaikka Teriel, en mä tiedä mikä tää on. The main character from Seven, The Days Long Gone, was brought to life as a diginet. Adapting to the new reality wasn't easy. It changed when he became a game deck. Teriel uses his master of thieves skills and experience to solve cases, and he is good at it. Becoming the best, it's just a matter of time. Okay. Otetaan tämä. Normal mode. Yes. Yes, please. Apartment Realium. The roof of the Undercity is one of my favorite spots. Even though I'm standing on one of the lowest walkways in Warsaw City, I feel like I'm on top of a mountain. Below me is a 150-meter long gaping abyss stretching over the seemingly endless ruins of old Warsaw. A ground cleaner's company, Cyclops, shocks away in the distance, clearing rubble from old blocks of apartments. If you look hard enough, you'll notice bonfires made by savages among the dust and fog. I can hear the humming of a nearby MCC beacon standing guard and watching over me. Yes, the ROU is definitely one of my favorite spots. The dark side of the megapolis. Joo, mä latasin tän vähän aikaa sitten ilmaisena tuolta Epic Gamesista taas. Mä tsekkasin sitä The Fall 2. Se maksas reilun 10. Mut mä odotan vähän aikaa, jos se tulis vaikka ilmaiseksi Epic, ei sitä tiedä. Okay. I didn't remember why I had become a game deck. To choose a dialogue option, left click its text or click the corresponding number on your keyboard. At some point, I must have decided that it was a reasonable way of making money, and I just got used to it. Recall your career. I sold numerous cases so people started to believe I was credible, and credibility was crucial in my line of work. Sorry. Pretty much everything can be falsified, but you can make a fake credibility. Games besides being my workplace also become my second home. Did I ever play for fun? Yes, sometimes I did. Start your day. It was time to check if there were any new jobs. Quest log. Check the mail on your computer. Tässä ei varmaan hirveästi ääninäyttelyä ole. Mites Truda viikkoa mennyt? Ootko sä pelata tänään jotain? Aspects are parts of a game deck's personality expressed through actions, thoughts and emotions. Be kind to gain the empathy aspect, inspire someone to gain inspiration. Deduction. Eikä meillä vielä pisteitä tässä on. You don't meet the... On näköjään. Infotainer. You know how to produce a net show and how to smile to the camera. You possess a rare gift, charisma, and you know... En voi saada tota. Mitä me voidaan saada? Sleeves, glacier. Näköks. Survival instinct. That's what characterizes you best. Life is a game with no rules, and if you trust the system, it will betray you. You don't hesitate to use forceful solutions, but you can use your brain just as well. You know life is about being tough. Tässä just mietin, miten sitä pelais. Pelasin viikolla Life is Strange. Oh, sulla on Life is Strange. Oot sä tykännyt, hei? Mä latasin Game Passissa, mulla on se Life is Strange True Colors. Mä oon sitä vähän aikaa halunnut pelata ja mä pähkäilin tässä, että olisiko pitänyt ladata se, mut sit mä en jaksanut, niin mä sit päädyin tätä pelaa. Itse asiassa hetkinen nyt. Sano putkinen. Pystyis miettimään, että lataisinko mä sen pelin. Mulla on vissiin ladattu se peli. On ohi. Niin. Okei, oliko siinä niinku episodi 1 ilmaisena? Joo. Tuon kysymyksen perusteella viiva joku 3 sekuntia. That's not bad. That's not bad. You're well versed in both virtual and real technologies. You know where to look for power nodes, cables, and virtual developer stacks. You can open them, hack them, and change their settings. Otetaan vaikka tää. Onks peli nyt liian hiljaisella? Tekstitykset vois olla ihan kivat. Okei. Okay. Thanks for the info. En mä löytänyt tekstitysasetuksia.
Looking to make some quick credits? Here at Tabletop Antiques, we will buy your old tabletop games in exchange for credits. Don't let those old cardboard and plastic parts take up space where you can install the latest couch instead. Come find us in High City or give us a call back to know what your antiques are worth. Tabletop Antiques, the best credit rates for your
walkways, squares, space, and chasms. That's what modern cities look like. The middle layer mid-city. Despite dense development, you could still see the sun and pieces of the sky, as well as the long way down. You don't feel great. It was all too cramped and too loud. I wished I lived somewhere higher, where you could see the sky or below near the undercity abyss. This was where the rich met the poor and the light met darkness. A place where you could be pretty much whoever you wanted to be. Mä ostin pitkästä aikaa alkoholia, mä ostin punaviiniä. Josta se illemmalla nauttisi jonkun lasillisen. Huomenna voisi kyllä salille mennä. Huomenna menen salille. Mä kävin tossa viikolla salilla. Mä oon vähän treenannut tässä. Mä kävin viikolla salille, mä oon treenannut viikon loppuisin. Ja ollut ihan erilainen olo jotenkin. Mä oon pikkusen saanut kiloja, ihan vähän saanut pois. Pikkuhiljaa taisi on laskemassa. And where advertising drones peeped through people's windows looking for new victims. I once installed a gadget in the window that disrupts the sensors of such invaders. All it took was a short signal. The drone received an error message that made it return to the shop for inspection. Joo, ihan kiva olla sillä parempi fiilis. Niin. Hirveän vaikea vaan perjantaisi aloittaa jotenkin tuon striimiin kun väsyttää, mutta pitää vasta silleen niinku vauhtiin. Pitää niinku pumpata silleen, että kun yrität painaa sitä live-nappia, niin se vaan niinku millään saa painettua sitä. Hirveän vaikeeta. I had a few things I needed to think over You can't really contemplate without a drink in your hand. Luckily, the servo bot knew exactly what I needed. The surfer in Logoen had slightly faded already, but the servo bot, as usual, patiently awaited instructions. Vodka whiskey. Wow. No me juodaan kyllä kahvia tällä hetkellä. Oikeesti pitäisikö me niinku rooli pelata tässä vähän? Tähän niin. Some dialogue options are available only if you have the right profession. Such options begin with the name of a profession. Click the icon on the left edge of the screen or press I to see the profession tree. Okay. Mitä sulla siellä sitten? The dark beverage of the gods. I could choose from the cheap synthetic stuff and ground beans, which obviously cost more. Cheers, Troda. Meillä ei valitettavasti niitä komentoja täällä YouTubessa. Mulla ei ole yhtään mitään. Täällä mulla ei edes chat sitä Nightbottia täällä. Mut ei se haittaa. What do we do with those things? Nothing. More expensive option. I wasn't going to beat myself up for something I had already paid for. I decided I would drink synthetics when the good stuff was gone. Thousands of games and millions of players mean plenty of cases for game decks. Hatred, greed, and deviousness are especially common online. Two topics had been especially popular in the media recently: digital love and whether it's better to live online or in realium. Elikkä tässä maailmassa ilmeisesti ihmiset pelaa tämmöisissä pelimaailmoissa. Ja sit meidän pitää niihin mennä selvittämään näitä rikoksia. Tälleen mä oon käsittänyt tän. Meidän seuraava tai ensimmäinen objektiivi on etsiä joku keikka. Digital love, games or realium? Mikä on realium? Onko se joku virtuaali reality juttu? Games and realium. I took a sip. Games fans say they let them fulfill their dreams and that they don't have to obey the rules of nature, which are a bitch. They could choose gender, looks, go on adventures. Opponents called it escaping and claimed you can only get tough in realium. Realium presents real challenges. On the other hand, good money can be made online too, and it's no less complicated than realium. What the fuck? Decide that you prefer games. Sensory worlds are kingdoms in themselves. There are plenty of affairs, people, and nuances. I wasn't surprised some people called them home. Experiencing things in games is no different than experiencing them in realium. It's just a different and more interesting level of reality. It was time to get to work.
Hi, I hear you're the one to talk to when it comes to crimes in the digital world. I have a friend I think
Someone was sensing me. It turned out to be a man called Jeffrey Haggis. I didn't know him, nevertheless I answered. Oh, you're there, please come see me. Blue Wells Interactive Tower level 255, south entrance. I'll tell you everything when you're here.
everyone I talk to doesn't really seem to care. So,
Negotiate the down payment. Hold on. Let's have a little respect for each other's time. I don't know anything about the case and I'm not sure whether a certain amount... I get it, you want the down payment, I'm transferring it right now. I hope it's enough. Disconnected, paisa laittamalla. My computer, it controlled the couch, communicated with household appliances, let me send messages and did everything else. It was good piece of hardware. I optimized and upgraded it with a robust antivirus suite and the latest drivers. A Game Dex computer. Joo niin on. Tässä on tämmönen nikun... Onks tässä vähän tämmönen cyberpunk? Meininki. Mitä meidän mainissa on? A few emails from clients I had helped. I needed to reply those. Reply to emails. First message. Senator Stone was grateful for working out what his daughter was doing in Into the Dungeon 1337. The senator couldn't handle his children. I gave him some advice. He could use it. Come play Crying Guns with us. It's a lot of fun. We may not be able to pay you, but a bunch of kids. I didn't want to deal with that. So the contract from Haggis was the best thing I could give my attention to. Yep. Solid doors protected me and my apartment. Go to your client.
Office is behind that door. Mr. Haggis is expecting you.
Oho, äänennäyttelyä. On tässä jotain. Kiva. Voice over volume laitetaan se. Vähän isommalle. The computer on the desk was not secured. Oho, the empty workspace exuded a corporate solitude. The nameplate on the desk read Junior Customer Support Specialist Idris Ikari. Look at the monitors. The screensaver slideshows changed between landscapes beyond the ABBs and the towers of Warsaw City. Breaking the sequence, an image of two women embracing appeared on one of the monitors. One of them had blue hair. I barely touched the screen and gained access to the desktop. It wasn't locked. There was an open BWI presentation and an unfinished Hand of Solitaire. Scan contents. There may have been some interesting files there. My snooping software started shifting through the contents of the computer. The screen filled up with the face of my client, Jeffrey Haggis. I can see you through the camera. You won't find anything on the computer. I'm in the room next door. Come and see me. Before Haggis hung up, the software displayed the search results. There really was nothing there. froze the presentation. I saw 3D blue whales flying through the clouds. The company's logo. The animated slides presented the financial results for the last quarter. I copied the presentation to take a look at later. Okei, mä tuun Haggis.
You're here. Good.
The man took a deep breath and let the air out through his nose with a loud wheeze. Dialogue tags. Icons and tags that appear on the left of the next text mark dialogue branches that you have unlocked by your previous decisions. Other players might see something different or nothing at all. Introduce yourself. I know who you are. I'm Director Haggis. Something's wrong with my son. He's not getting off the couch. And you will see for yourself. It's been over 4 days. He entered some game with his friend Timmy. I've tried talking to Timmy, but he's clamped up. His condition makes me worry even more. My son is on the couch in the next room. Let's go there now. Tää on ollut jossain pelissä näin. Onko se 4 päivää? Find out what's going on with him and how he can be helped. Mä tajusin, että mun webcam on tässä tekstien keskellä. Haggis' son was wearing an expensive brand name suit, and a state-of-the-art helmet covered part of his face. The couch's slide panel warned that he'd exceeded the online time limit. I couldn't help noticing the genital area of his gaming suit was bulging. Oh my god, what the fuck am I reading? Se pelaa jotain seksipeliä siellä. Niin. Look at the helmet. I leaned over to get a better look. The visor screen had no info on the Fredo's virtual location. An intentional safeguard. The helmet didn't have an observer port either. There was no way to see what he was playing. Full discretion. The suit was equipped with the advanced anti-bed sore software. It resembled the skin of a slithering snake. I ran my fingers over the suit's surface. The synthetic fibers emitted more heat in the places where they needed to work harder. Deduction. Sometimes you will gain information directly pertaining to the deduction process necessary for solving the case. Left-click the deduction icon at the edge of the screen or press Y on your keyboard to see it. Each main node in your deduction panel is the question you are trying to answer. On the left side of it you can see the clues that you've gathered. Possible answers are listed to the right. Hover over them to learn more. Tarvii enemmän info. I grabbed his shoulders and shook him a few times. No muscle tension. He wasn't faking. I took his hand. It was slightly trembling, but with a normal temperature. That happens in games that generate lots of adrenaline. Mä oikein tykkään tästä ensimmäisestä tehtävästä. Please note that these are initial observations. Your son is fine, he's just playing something exciting. He's been locked in for over 4 days, but there are no signs of adverse effects from the session. This is some excellent equipment. However, Fredo is unnaturally excited. If this state continues, it may lead to some unpleasant consequences. Doing a hard extraction by taking the helmet off is a huge risk, and logging out remotely, it's impossible, I know. Like it is in most systems, can you at least tell where he's locked into? The virtual data is masked by the helmet's discretion system. Game deck equipment won't be any help here either. Objective complete. I need to find out which game Fredo logged into and then take appropriate steps. I understand. Fredo entered the game with his friend Timmy. He's a spineless pushover, but that might be for the best. He's waiting in my office. Maybe he can tell us something. You'd better hurry though, as someone's on the way to pick him up. Codex is a popular game dex tool. Codex contains important information that you gather during your investigations. Left click an icon at the edge of the screen. Okei, tuossa on U-näppäin.
Fuck, how long do you expect me to wait?
Who has access to the room with the couches? My guests and I, but no one except Fredo uses them when I'm away. The 11 bits discretion and comfort counts reeked of luxury and unattainability. The system masked the player's login information. Check the couch's panel. The small screen displayed Fredo's vital signs, pulse, muscle tension, and brain activity. Despite the high-end hardware, the kid was sweating and using much more Nutri-fluid than he should have been. His body was exhausted. Remove the cover. The panel was fixed in place with S22A plasteel screws. Fortunately, I was a professional. I pulled out the Series 3 demo tracks, multi-tool that I always kept with me, and the protective cover came off in no time. There was a bottle inside the couch. Look at the bottle. The sleek vessel-shaped balloon suggested an indecent price, and it shimmered with a pale blue light. I removed it from among the wires. The Fox-aged paper label said Blue Mistress. No traces of the liquid, but the sticky glass still reeked of berries and chewing gum. I need to get back to the investigation. I don't know. Mä kysyin, kuka tää on. Timmy was babbling something about her being in the game with them. She looked like one of the women I had seen on the computer screen in the hall. Is that your assistant? She's just a random lowlife. Leave her alone and get back to my son. Hold your ground. I do what I feel needs to be done. You know your work, I know mine. But I'm warning you, I don't fuck this up. She had exceeded the safety limits for locked-in time. Over 4 days without a suit, she must have taken a game pill or her bladder would have held out. I wouldn't have held out. Her what had an external monitoring port. Make contact. Haggis noticed what I was doing. Mä yritin niinku liittää itteni tohon päähineeseen kypärään. What the fuck are you doing? I want to talk to her through the observer's port, which is... I already know what it is, so stop insulting my intelligence and hurry the fuck up. When I connected to her helmet, the image was transmitted to my lenses. Pelkää, että tästä tuli jotain alasta, mutta... The girl drifted in an undefined space. It wasn't the network menu or any of the games I knew. Hello, I'm a game tech. I was hired by Mr. Haggis. I connected to your helmet. You can talk and I hear you on your walk-tel. According to the login, your name is Starlet. Is that right?
A game deck. That's great. Yeah, I'm Starlet. I can't seem to log out.
Ihan pikkusen lisää kahvia. Offer assistance. Let me try and help you. Progress bar. A progress bar appeared in your quest log. It is influenced by your decisions and dialogue choices. Remember that maxing it out can prompt a negative or a positive outcome, depending on the situation. Alright. Analyze the problem. Interrupted revitalization is a rare, usually due to a faulty equipment, but that wasn't the case. It must have been something external. Revitalization is based on hardware's stimulation of the player's senses. Each stage appears on the progress bar. Sadly, I couldn't recall the correct order. Vision is definitely restored last. When the helmet is removed, had I rusted, Starlet would have been in serious trouble. Okay, Starlet, I think I know how to wake you. I hear laughter. What's happening? My deck detected the girl's helmet being bombarded with exabytes of data. Someone wanted to overload it and then terminate our connection. Starlet, someone is trying to either stop us from talking or probe me. Damn it. What are you doing? Or what are you going to do? The attack was intensifying. I didn't have much time. Activate the firewall. I'll activate some barriers to block the signal, but it's only a matter of time before they crack. It was possible to use jamming barriers to slow the attack or some decent but weaker reflection barriers to track the source. jaa toi linkki vaikka Aniskulle ja Shasulle, jos ne ei tajua kun ne ei saa Twitchistä sitä ilmoitusta. The jamming berries send requests and inquiries to the source of the attack, slowing down whoever it was. Starlet, I put out some barriers. I'll bought us some time. It's about time we get out of here. Revitalize Starlet. We don't have much time. I'm going to try to get you out of here. Thanks, Roodi. Revitalization wasn't complete. If I had removed her helmet, she could have had problems or even fallen into a coma. Give up. The correct order was key. The revitalization bar had stopped on stimulating proprioception. It seemed right to start with that. Vitsi mun on vaikea lukea, kun tässä on tämmönen hypnotisoiva pulssi tässä animaatiossa. Ne silmät ihan sekaisin. Starlet, I'm going to try finishing your revitalization. Revitalization. I'm going to need to touch your body. Is that okay? I felt around for Starlet's arm in a realm, erased it and moved it around. The revitalization bar moved forward. Proprioception complete. A good start, but the screen didn't display the next stage. Smell. I decided to stimulate her inner ear. Her sense of balance. I dug into my pocket for a pack of mint gum, took out a piece and carefully slid it under Starlet's helmet. There was no reaction. Touch. Another thing. Oh fuck. Mä varmaan kusin tän nyt. I got disconnected. Even worse, the attacker may have tracked me. I had no idea where this would lead. Her breath was shallow, and she wasn't reacting to anything. A coma. Nyt se meni koomaan. Mr. Haggis, this woman needs a doctor. I can't help her. You're wasting time and not getting any results. What's going on with my son? The display keeps reminding me of the interrupted revitalization. Removing her helmet in this state could be dangerous. I analyzed the active systems. The Scarlet's senses failed to register any external stimuli. She was in the state of deep sleep.
Fuck, how long do you expect me to wait?
Check the helmet number. To get a look at the number, I had to lift the boy's head. I gently grabbed his head and tried to turn it a little. Fredo moaned. Watch out, you idiot! You'll hurt him! Continue. I turned his head to access the helmet's technical data panel. The boy exhaled heavily. Mitähän mä voin tehdä? The couch's panel was flashing and interrupted. A stream of stock market equations appeared on the screen. The hardware was high-end, just like everything else in these rooms. System access was blocked, but I was convinced I could log on if I tried. This had to be hardware that was monitoring Fredo's couch. Hack it. I expected problems, but a simple bypass did the trick. The owner didn't seem to care about good security. Access granted.
Hi, what can I
Hi, honey, bunny, what can I do for? She got short mid-sentence and took a good look at me. You're not honey bunny, did something happen? Is he alright? I mean, is Jeffrey alright? Excuse me, I haven't talked to other people in years. So is he okay? Calm her down. Nothing happened. I just need to access the computer. Let me give you the tour. I have access to emails, reports, bills, and some other systems. What would you like to see? Couch control. I want access to couch control panel. Player monitoring. Show me Fredo's monitoring. Do you know where he's locked in? I'm afraid that data is encrypted. Honey Bunny made it so, but I can connect to the boy and describe what he's feeling right now. I can't say I like the kid's thoughts. You can see his thoughts. How? I feel them, taste them. It's hard to describe. I feel various sensations and emotions, but not necessarily the same way he does. It's hard to explain how I receive them. Synesthesia. I think that's what it's called. Synesthesia. Synesthesia. Okay. Oh. Can you dig a little deeper? The heat is starting to stink. I can't focus with all the damn humming. Pain. Focus on the pain, describe it. Where am I? Who are you? Let me out. That was a long silence. Päästäis mä uudestaan siihen. Eihän mä saatu tosta mitään irti nyt. Timmy.
I sincerely apologize.
I was told to take the boy Timmy home. The new mobile is waiting. Let him stay for a little longer. I still haven't talked to him. When you're done, please send him down to the docking terrace.
Are you going to question me?
Yes, I'm going to question you, yes. Some dialogues require more effort. The blue bar above the dialogue window represents the emotional state of the person you're speaking to. Your choices influence that state. Try to find out how. Mun pitää niinku vissiin pyrkiä pysymään tuossa sinisen alueella. Guy. The kid's arms were crossed over his chest. He was trembling and his eyes were fixed on a distant point. Talk about Tim. If he's alright. You're slurring your words and trembling. How do you feel? Calm him down, it's almost over. He nodded with appreciation. What? Appreciation. Oh my god. I can't talk. He sounded like a player with slow connection. Either he was deeply stressed or something was wrong with his nervous system. Ask about Fredo, your friend. Ask about Fredo's condition. Fredo has been in a state of constant intense sexual arousal for the past few hours. What's he doing in the game? It was an adults-only world, and I guess that's what adults do in adults-only worlds. Okei, me mennään niinku secret kohti. Nämä lukot on niinku salaisuuksia. Gratefully. Arvosta. Alright, I believe you want to help. It was Fredo's birthday. Did I already mention that? I'm not sure. So we locked into Paradise Beach. It's a place where adults get together. There, you can read all about it in the description. It turned red like my grandma's geraniums. Ask about Scarlett. What can you tell me about Scarlett? She's a stripper. She knew the game well, so Fredo hired her as a guide. She was very brave. Tämä ensimmäinen tehtävä on kyllä. What did she do that was so brave? She knew little of that world but was brave enough to guide us, and she was so provocative. Tell him that you're a police officer. Saman tien laski toi. Mitä sit mä kysyn vielä? Pystyn mä kysymään lisää? Anything you want. He's my buddy, same in school and stuff. Once this kid Alex called me names, so Fredo flossed his walktail down the toilet. Then he altered the holos in the school gallery to give Alex a big snout that constantly oozed this disgusting mucus. Fredo's brilliant, okay? Are there many more questions? Timmy lowered his head and sighed. Why are you tormenting me? You think you're helping Fredo? Mr. Haggis doesn't care about his son, he just cares about his image and avoiding a scandal. Fredo tried lots of things to get his attention. Once he jumped off a walkway in the outskirts and landed in a tree. He broke 2 ribs and old man Haggis never even came to the hospital. Just sensed once. Fredo was finally taken home by that guy, Alfred. Don't you get it? Don't you fucking get it? No one cares about us. They don't give a fuck. What's the point? Why isn't Fredo coming out of the game? I don't know, he liked it there and wanted to stay for as long as possible. Could Fredo have lost the track of time? It would have to have been an amazing session to disregard the danger of exceeding the permitted play time. He was getting more confused and exhausted. Don't say anything, give him some time. I smiled with understanding and waited for him to calm down. He trembled. My smile was obviously not as charming as I thought. What games do you like, Timmy? Whatever Fredo plays, space sims like Dream Space or Dying Stars, shooters to Crying Guns is our favorite. He loosened up, he liked to talk about games. Why did he log off without Fredo? You left the game even though your friend kept playing, what happened? I didn't want to leave him. I was feeling bad, shaking. Yeah, I know you don't leave your friends behind. He looked as if he was going to cry. Where did he leave Fredo? Where was Fredo when you came out of the game? He was on the beach by these big dunes. Ask about the details. That's rather vague. Do you remember anything that could help me identify the beach? Focus. There was fine yellow sand and a bright blue sky. And the menu had some gravity beach chairs, striped ones. He wrinkled his brow. As if coming up with this had drained all his strength. He started to tremble even more. Fredo he's in danger, right? Be rational. Most boxing games are dangerous, but some can cause long-term damage to players. I won't know how much danger Fredo is in until I find him. He gulped. How are things between Fredo and his father? Do they like each other or not? Old man Haggis is paying you. No matter what I say, you'll take his side anyway. The truth lies where the money comes from. He grunted and pursed his lips. Shashu! Shashu is here! Enemies. Has anyone been threatening Fredo? Did he have any enemies? No way, everyone likes him, admires him. He's the best in graphics and animation and has awesome skins and bitching results in Fast Fury. He bought the best speeder, the one for 15,000 and... Listen to the story. I raised my eyebrows in amazement and as I listened to the recounting of Fredo's achievements. The kid was burning through money, offending anyone in his way, and interestingly, always able to avoid consequences for his actions. Of course. Of course. Timmy seemed to reveal his friend's insolence. He obviously believed that arrogance and poor manners were cool. He was pale and trembling. Hyvää viikonloppua sullekin. Mä vaihtelun vuoksi oon nyt YouTubessa striimaamassa. He realized that he had said too much and stopped. We did some pre-gaming here first. We kind of overdid it. Fredo had trouble putting on his suit. You call Haggis if he doesn't continue. Come on, Timmy, either you tell me everything here just between us, or I go get Mr. Haggis and you can say it to him. What will it be? Old man Haggis he won't do anything. He doesn't want to piss off my parents. And Fredo, he treats him like crap anyway. He clenched his jaw and looked away. Scare him. You don't call a game deck for no reason, Timmy. If Fredo's trapped in the game, he might be terrified. He might feel helpless, be in pain, or someone might be feeding him contradicting sensations, making him go insane. Excellent weekend, koitan vähän leikkiä Teuvon kanssa, jos se on vielä aika tokkurainen. Niin Teolla on vielä rauhoittavia, vissiin rauhoittavia vaikutus. Aika pitkä vaikutus sillä. Why did you choose Paradise Beach? Kuinka pitkä jakso aikaa pitää antaa korvatippoja? Pystytään taas puhumaan täällä. The girl was unconscious, and the couch's panel was flashing an interrupted revitalization alarm. Vaikutetaan tuo sama teksti.
Fuck, how long do you expect me to wait?
Ask for access to the computer. He looked at me as if I'd suggested something absurd, and the frown on his face deepened into a greater level of irritation. You've got to be fucking kidding me. 10 päivää. Push him. You might have data on there that will help me get your son out of... I know what I have on there. It's my computer. Rest assured, if there were anything useful there, I'd give you access. Just. Voidaanko me uudestaan mennä? Ei, voidaanko me mennä tähän? Let the father find his son in the game. Fredo feels neglected So he's willing to do anything for his father's attention. This is a dangerous provocation born out of desperation. I should convince Haggis to log into the game, find his son, and reconnect with him. Paradise Beach is a world for people seeking love and sex. Fredo might be there. I should log into this game. Kokeillaanpa tätä. Jos sen... Faija menis hakemaan sen.
How long do you expect me to wait?
Fucking time. I think Fredo is trying to get your attention. It's a desperate provocation. You should go online yourself, find him and rebuild your relationship. What the fuck? Where am I supposed to look for him? Indicate Paradise Beach. Fredo may be stuck in Paradise Beach. You know, the world for people looking for love and sex. I'll try there. I don't buy it. The beach is my game. I know it inside out, and my son knows that. I'm almost certain he's not there. So I'm supposed to look for my son in the game myself. That's your fucking advice, game deck? Yes, that's it from my side. As soon as I calculate the expenses, I'll send you the bill. Goodbye. Aika vitun kova. Me sanottiin vaan silleen tolleen, että joko sä menet hakemaan tai sit se jää tolleen tai... In that case, get the fuck out of here. Okei, toi faija oikein. Aika hyvä tyyppi. Aika jännä ensimmäinen tehtävä. Devitalization is a process generated by a player's helmet. It is responsible for activating the game pill. It is similar to the natural process of falling asleep generated by the pawns. It entails disconnecting the brain's motor and sensory centers from the rest of the real body. Thanks to this, a player can move the limbs of their character in virtualia and receive digital sensory stimuli, and at the same time lie still on a couch and feel no real stimuli. The only muscles that are not devitalized are the oculomotor muscles. Exactly the same exception occurs during sleep. This phenomenon can be observed in the REM rapid eye movement sleep phase. Multisensory encyclopedia. I snapped out of my thoughts. The apartment was overheated. The power must have gone out. Recall a dream. I was covered in sweat. For a fraction of a second, something smelled rotten. I didn't understand. I showered in the evening after all. I remembered the dream. A person was lying on a couch, fluids leaking through their suit. The stench was unbearable. I walked up to them and gently took off the helmet. It was me. That was when I woke up. Soon I started wondering how Fredo was doing. Me mietittiin vielä sitä edellistä tehtävää. There was no time for slacking. I needed to restore power to my apartment. Luckily, Bliss had a separate source of power. Home inspections are where majordomos really shine. Restore the power to the apartment. Where's the fuse box? Vai tietokoneella, kun me tehdään tää homma? It was time to face the reality. The control panel for the apartment's AI, a fine piece of software that didn't treat fridge contents as its first priority. You can also talk to it. Its name is Bliss. That's the default name, and I never bothered to change it. BWI had been developing AI modeled after the human psyche for quite some time. Even the holographic visualizations looked like brains. Everything seemed fine, but it shouldn't have. If there was a surge or failure in the tower, it should have left a sign, but there was nothing. The software truly looked like I was activating it for the very first time. It made no sense. A logo with 2 whales appeared on the panel. Thank you for purchasing a product manufactured by Blue Whales Interactive, the leader in the field of AI. BWI never alone. You're activating Bliss for the first time. To start, configure the software to your liking. Damn, something had to reset my settings. Probably another failure in the tower or a surge upstairs. I had to reconfigure everything again. Check the logs. There was nothing in the system. Logs of previous activations and conversations would be in the cloud, provided they existed. Probably somewhere on the Blue Whales Interactive servers. Too high a bar for me, you had to be a real magician to access them.
Hello, I'm Bliss. How can I serve you?
What do you mean? Don't you remember me? Why does everything break all the time nowadays? Check the electrical grid. The system didn't define any defects in the apartment. The fault was on the provider's end, which in this case were the tower generators.
I am here for you.
What's the problem? Could you contact the electricity provider and report a problem? Of course. Problem reported. I've been assured that everything has now been restored to working order. By the way, you got a new contract. Oh, the power is back. Today is Tuesday, July 18th. My name is Gina Gord, and this is the news. The creation of DigiNets by BWI is still a very controversial topic. The company's spokesperson. Mä muuten aloitin just season 6 ensimmäisessä, tai itse mä en päässyt vielä ensimmäisen jakson. Mutta aloittamassa. Suora 2/4 siis. Mä oon kattonut ihan hulluna nyt tätä jälkeen. Strongly denies the gossip saying that psychocans have been performed without the consent of the Psyche's owners. We have more news coming up. Fredo Huggies, son of Blue Whales Interactive Director Jeffrey Haggis. Mitä tälle tapahtui? Died due to severe brain damage. Se jätti sen sinne. Fuck. Ja ei mekään kyllä. Tuntuu, että me jätettiin vähän niinku puolitiehen se meidän tehtävä siinä. Joo. Mä vaan niin jotenkin nautin sit 24, kun siinä niinku, jos puhutaan vaikka jostain perus tämmöistä helikopterikohtauksessa, missä ne lähtee helikopterilla, niin siinä näytetään oikeita helikopteria. Ja jos sä vertaat niinku nykysarjaa, niin kaikki helikopterit kaikki on CGI-paskaa. Ja jos pientäkin tuommoista animaatiota niinku räjähdyksistä esimerkiksi näkyy, niin se pilaa mulle sen koko sarjan saman tien. Niinku tossa, oliko se, itse asiassa aloitinhan mä sitä uutta seasonia vähän, niin siinä räjähti siinä oli räjähdyskohtaus, missä bussi räjähti. Ja se oli ihan aito räjähdys. Ja sit mä niinku keskityn niihin kohtauksiin ja sit mä vertaan niitä niinku nykymaailmaa. Tai nykymaailman sarjoihin. Niin mun arvostus katoaa saman tien, niin sitä mä en voi kattoo sitä. Ja se on ihan helvetin siistiä, miten yhdessäkään seasonissa kaikki tämmöiset on hoidettu niinku, niihin on käytetty budjettia, niihin on käytetty aikaa. Kyllä. Okei, mutta tää Fredo kuoli. Me tehtiin voitamamme, mutta lopputulos oli se, että se kuoli. What can we do? According to unofficial sources, it was the result of a hacker's attack that prevented the deceased from logging out of the game. Eikä se joutui jonkun hakkeroinnin uhriksi. Se joutui semmoiseen johonkin ihme loopiin ja sit se vaan kuoli periaatteessa nälähätään. The boy's broken-hearted father announced to our reporters that he's resigning from his position to focus on his family. Ai nytkö se vihdoin ja viimein sitten tajusi, että mikä on tärkeintä, kun sen oma poika kuoli. Vaikka silloin olisi ollut, me annettiin sille mahdollisuus mennä hakemaan se sieltä paikasta, mikä oli silleen, että se tunti sen oman taskunsa. Se olisi löytänyt se saman tien sieltä. This has been Warsaw City News, your source for up-to-date domestic and international news all day long. It's fucked up. Look for a new job on the computer. I love the smell of a computer booting up in the morning. Okay. That's fucking weird. Check contracts. Mr. Game Deck got a problem. The transfer's gone through. Find me in harvest time. Once you're there, I'll toss a clue your way. Attached was an invitation to a location in harvest time and an advance. Standard rate plus a few pennies after the decimal point. The way in which the letter was written, coupled with advance, suggested I'd be dealing with something odd. Nevertheless, I took the contract, partly because I didn't have any others. Every detail mattered in the game deck's work. I looked at the tip section. Strawberries threat. Forks but barrels on ice near strawberries. They'll grow like crazy. You know these players in orange. You think they're cheaters or just fucking lucky. I wonder what was on Warsaw today. Family tragedy. No tää on tää... Oh. Fredo suffered extensive brain damage with a poor medical prognosis. The incident is rumored to have been caused by a hacker attack. Admit you feel bad. I feel bad, yes. I did everything in my power to save him. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough. twisted and perverted games Void Stars. Eikö tää se Timmy taisi mainita tämän peli? I earned in several games but was recently focused on one, Void Stars. Still in development even though it had already been released. It was supposed to be bigger than all previous space simulations, though that was hard to imagine. I'd already bought a few ships. I just couldn't help myself. They were damn expensive, but what the hell. I loved looking at my fleet. Buy a new ship. What was more exciting than expanding one's fleet? That much hyped Vulture action was tempting. A fantastic exploration vessel with a medical bay, a hangar with a scouting ship, strong armor, a crew of bots at your command, all for a bargain price. The price would increase later. Damn it. I couldn't afford this baby given the state of my finances. By the Vulture. Vulture, the beauty of players' dreams, was really testing my willpower and that discount. En meillä on varaa siihen. Browse your fleet. I entered the hangar where was the spawn all ships option. I found and selected it. What a beautiful view. Starting from the lightest vessels, Flyrock, an interceptor, spacecraft, Slidehawk, and an assault unit. Orca and an infantry carrying dropship, the gunship giant and the two chills in the crown, Corsair and a big exploration ship. And Skywalk, a merchant vessel as solid as it was bulky. Beauties, all of them. Okay. Mä lasken vähän tätä grafiikoita, koska musta tuntuu, että pitää turhaan tänne kovalla. Tippu vähän toi lämpötila tuolta, kun mä en usko, että niinku mitä järkeä pitää näyttää sillä Noniin. A virtual couch made by Surfer Ind. Not one of their newest models, but it was still reliable, at least I thought it was. A poet would call it a gateway to the sensory worlds. To me, it was just a tool of my trade. Fluid levels were low. I still had a few tanks left, but it's always good to have reserves. Order infusion fluid. Done. The delivery drone would be here in a few hours. Look at the helmet. It was starting to fall apart. I needed to replace it. Damn it. Such important gear wouldn't come cheap. I couldn't afford it at the moment. I needed a few jobs first. One big job that paid well. Time to get working then, right? Time to get the working. Use the chair. Mä pitää käyttää sitä. My virtual couch made by ready to go and waiting instructions. Tää on ihan mielenkiintoista. Harvest Time HUD. Shows your farm level, the amount of gold coins and cheats you collected, the active boost timer, and whether you own a gun. Find Stanley in Harvest Time.
Howdy, howdy, howdy. Welcome to High Rock, the most beautiful town in the Wild West.
Howdy, howdy, huh? Name's Handy Joe. I'm a help bot, but don't go telling anyone. I'll answer all your questions as long as you give me yeehaw. I took a deep breath and let out an enthusiastic bellow. Enthusiastic. That's the spirit, that's music to my ears, cowboy. Ears. What can I do for you? Ask about places of interest. Nah, cowboy, this game's boring as beans. Explore all the sights and smells and feel alive. Yeah! The public forums are. Sanotko jos mä voin laittaa musiikkia vähän isommalle? I can set you up with a locator that get you there. Want one? Ask for a locator. Yes, please. Follow the arrow, good luck. Game rules. What's the general premise of Harvest Time? I didn't hear a yeehaw! That there just gave me the shivers from spurs to hat. Now I'll answer your question, elated like a diving vulture. Problem morjesta. Okei, tuolla. Harvest Time is a free-to-play game. Improve your farm, work the field, breed animals and get coins and unique treasures from crates. Ai smunksi. Sulla on tommonen YouTube-nimi. Yeehaw! Yeehaw! The crates are in fact loot boxes, of course. But you didn't hear that from me. As a newbie, you get a trial farm that you can improve to up to level 8. Yeehaw! Once the trial period is over, you can buy a premium account. That's when the fun starts. Yeehaw! Okei, lähdetään vittuun tälle yeehaw-tyypiltä. Mä yeehaan sun naamas kohta. Holler if you need me. I'll answer all your questions except for the one about the meaning of life, of course. Before you ride off into the sunset. Meet our lovely game guide. Here's Wild Poppy.
Yeehaw! You've just inherited a grand piece of land.
You inherited a piece of land from your uncle, Tadek Kuternosga. So you have the chance to taste the rancher's life. Your uncle dreamed you would become the best farmer ever.
Enjoying the game?
Roll your eyes. What an original setting for a story. The first games of the 20th century had similar ones. Kudos. Exactly. Do you want to go to your farm now to start your adventure of a lifetime?
Hey, you want to join the gang for the Pumpkin King raid?
What the fuck, I guess. You'll see soon this place will bustle with activity, but to make it happen, we need to start at the beginning. The pumpkins in your fields are ready for picking. Just tap them and a gold coin will appear. Collect the coins by tapping them, with your finger, as you do with hovering windows. You can also just walk through the coins. Me ollaan niinku pelissä pelin sisällä nyt. Me ollaan semmosessa virtuaalimaailmassa. Tää peli nyt ei todellakaan oo tätä, mitä mä tässä teen. Mä ilmeisesti kerään jotain virtuaalikurensyä tässä nyt.
Yee-haw.
Great job. Pumpkin growing can be quite profitable.
Piece of land.
Let's plan more. Time to sow and reap some pumpkins. When the plant starts growing, progress bar appears. Oh dear God. Mitä helvettiä. Pitäis mä painaa tuossa punaisen kohdasta? Eikö puhaltaisi jonkin ilmapallo? Reforming. Niin tuossa punaisen kohdalla pitää painaa. Enough of this. Birds flying in accord. Pigs join the horde. The truth is on the board. Grant's life got you feeling bored. Find a town with folks galore. Yeah! The writing on the board looked like what you'd see in a game of paper chase. This had to be a clue. I realized I should look for the next one. I knew I could try open them, but I didn't think it was the right time to disturb the farmers. To the co-pen you should roam. On the boards you'll see a swarm of clues. I had found another clue, but the nursery rhymes and misspelling it all seems so puerile. Who wrote this? If a catfish is your friend, make a splash from end to end. Cross the market like a mole and look for anything that's cool. Like an eagle through the air,
I
fly
need to log out, but there is so much to do.
to places no men dare. Yellow flowers will put you on track and I'll see you in a shack. Someone went through a lot of trouble with these clues. I tried to wake him in different ways that didn't involve physical contact, but to no avail, he kept sleeping. I opened my deck and checked if the player was active. He was in the game and he was sleeping soundly.
Howdy, isn't it a beautiful day? The only thing that could make it better is some shopping.
The stallkeeper waved at me in a friendly manner and gestured towards her wares. Isn't this a beautiful day? The only thing that could make it better is some shopping. Ask about Stanley. I do. He's one of the farmers that works on public farms. He's been running around like a nutjob all day from one board to another. Sekö niitä kirjoittelee? He was by the well, right around the corner. I don't care about your fruit, fuck off. Right around the well. A village well that was how we used to get water. I gave it a closer look. Someone had carved an inscription into the inside of the casing. Do I flip into the water? A message from Stanley. I didn't know what could come from jumping down a well in harvest time.
Enjoying the game?
Jump down the well. Risk was part of my job. Okay. I found myself in a graveyard. It made me wonder whether I had actually died in harvest time. I didn't think it was possible. The area looked like a fragment of some old seasonal event. These kind of attractions were designed to extract money from players. The location was surrounded by a barrier closing off the playable area. It should be inaccessible, but the code wasn't perfect. The game code showed some leftovers from the Pumpkins and Ghosts event. The main prize for completing the event was a ghost skin. The activity log showed that other than me, there was a player with a freemium account logged in here. It was former Stanley, my client. He's here. I saw a motion. A human silhouette emerged from behind a tombstone.
Hello?
Hello? Hello, mister. I guess I'm the one you're waiting for. I'm a game deck. He let out a sigh of relief. Howdy, my nick is Stanley. You can talk safely here. It's nice that you took the job. Talk about the job. I want to make sure that this this money is enough. The advance was enough. The pay rate was low but acceptable. Suggest a bigger amount. Can you shell out a little more? Maybe we could give you some gnarly items from the game. You can sell them at auctions for real dough. Agree. He looked around nervously. For a moment he gazed at the door of a nearby shrine. He faltered ever so slightly, but regained his balance and pinned his eyes on me. Ask what's troubling him. Nothing, sorry, I thought I heard something. So what should we talk about? Talk about the job. So we need help. Me and my friends from the group, we get disconnected a lot, especially lately. You get disconnected from the game. It could be software or hardware or the connection. No, that's not it. All those things are good for sure. We just get kicked out of the game and all the progress gets thrown away. Forced logouts were rare and usually caused by software issues, either in the game or in the computer controlling the player's couch. The cause would be displayed in the logs, and the player had access to that data. The computer your couch is hooked up to must have reported the cause of those logouts. Did you keep those logs? Can you share them with me? I don't know. I don't really know much about it. The technical knowledge of players was often limited to turning on the equipment and launching the game. You know what? I could come over and check what you play on. Take a look at the software. That's not possible. Please, game deck, find another way. We had already talked about the money. So you want me to find out why you get disconnected from the game, is that it? Well, yeah, and it would be great if you could tell us why members of our organization, our group are so exhausted. Se on varmaan se sama häkkeri, joka tappoi sen in Realium or in the game as well. Both. It happens more often lately. Sometimes my legs are so shaky they creak. Even when I'm asleep, I dream I'm, you know, tired. I try to find out what this problem of yours is. I didn't realize there would be so much talking. Sit down. Ask about Stanley's organization. Organization is a stretch, more of a group. It's called Orange Dream. As we were orange, we form on public forums. We play on free accounts, so we don't have access to Guild House. But we do have some small perks. We've got our outfits, voice chat. But we don't talk. Anyway. You were tired. Other than that, how are you? Pretty bad lately. Work's getting harder. I've got a headache. My arms and legs are sore. I don't know how to describe it. And that getting in and out of the game makes it hard to remember what day it is. Stanley froze suddenly. He looked still as a frame. Stanley, are you okay? He was still locked in. He hadn't been disconnected. There's a small problem. My boss noticed I'm not where I'm supposed to be. He's looking for me. Ask about the boss. He's an asshole. Just an asshole. Loot boxes you mentioned, can you make money on them? If the codes of RNG smile on you, can roll some rad items. Yes, yes. You can exit the graveyard through the shrine. Let's meet here later when you know something. Stanley left the game and disappeared from the active players list. Mä en oikein ymmärrä tätä. Mä luulen, että meillä on piste täällä, mutta ei meillä olekaan. Ulkona aika kova pakkanen. Stanley said that if I exited through the shrine I would end up in town.
Yeehaw!
Yeehaw.
You're
Do you want to
attempting to
go back
interact
to
with
the
an
farm?
inactive player.
Selvisikö meille täällä vielä jotakin vai? No more. I can't handle this shit. Let's get the fuck out of here.
Yeehaw! You're attempting to interact with an inactive player.
Complete the farm task. Uh-huh.
Can I help you, partner?
Have a nice day, farmer.
Have a nice day. The gates required me to have a digital key. I knew I could try to generate a matching program, but it was a long procedure. There was also the option of breaking it with the game deck's battering ram, but I risked drawing attention to myself. Generate a key code to the gates. It was a lengthy process. I waited. It took a while. Suddenly I felt a cold breeze and heard a quiet, feminine laugh. The gate disappeared and so did the others. It was strange. The code hadn't generated yet. I don't want to talk now. Stop bothering me. I'm a game deck. I want to find solution for your I can't speak with you. I know that some people get disconnected. If you can do something about it, you'll have my gratitude.
You're that game deck, right? Thank God you're here.
Tell me please what's going on with us. It is serious. I'm working on it. I need to ask you a couple of questions. Go ahead, but I don't have much time. Problem? Stanley asked me to find out what your problem is. He mentioned something about you getting disconnected. It happens when we're really tired, but I'm not sure that's the source of the problem. The disconnects have become more frequent. I got disconnected a couple of times myself. I woke up in this cold, scary, empty space, like a virtual void if you can't escape from. Sounded like the void Starlet got stuck in. I couldn't revitalize her, and she fell into a coma. That could happen to the orange folk. I'm not sure how long I'm going to last. She said she was hot, but the weather was perfect. On a couch somewhere here, her body should also have kept an optimal temperature. Something about yourself? Not much to talk about. I'm a regular Warsaw City girl. I live in the lower levels, and I mean lower. I lost my best friend recently. Real address. Nothing to brag about. I live in a mushroom under low city. I wonder what life looks like in the upper levels. Can you specify which mushroom you live in? Do you have a name or a number? It's filthy and smelly. Maybe one of the orange folk will know. We all live together. The farmer was practically standing still. His avatar's name was Sundance Jack. It was one of the default names suggested by the game. Introduce yourself. Didn't respond. Shake him. I reached out a hand and I felt like it went through a barely visible barrier. Opened my deck and checked his activity. The data transfer was massive. This player was really busy. Mikäs täällä on tää bossman vissiin. All the workers come from the slums of Low City. Niin se hävisi. Third time this week. Something was wrong. She should have immediately locked out. I knew she could fall into a coma if her gear didn't start devitalization. Extract her data. I decided to use the fact that her avatar was exposed. I opened my deck and tried to access the locks of her couch, helmet and suit. I was furious to realize it wasn't possible. The girl had a premium account, which meant she was anonymous. Have her do an emergency lockout. I turned on my deck and activated devitalization. I had no idea why her computer hadn't done that already, and it's standard procedure for unconscious players. I managed to lock her out safely, but the system didn't allow me to save the game. What have you done? What have you done, man? Please tell me that you saved her progress. Why it's so important? So I didn't save her progress. Why is that so important? It's not dream space. She's not going to lose her spacecraft if she doesn't... Fucking hell, you have no idea what you've done. Stop whining and get back to work. He turned to me. And you stop hanging around here. You're casting your shadow on the seed beds. And it stops the plants from growing. She's been busting her ass for 3 days in a row, you hear me? 3 days, and she hasn't saved since yesterday. I have to work like a horse just to catch up on the progress you didn't save. Reply ironically. My god, you're right. I made her lose all of her progress, never mind her actual health. God, all that precious progress. Laugh all you want, but somebody's gotta finish her work. Now we'll drop like flies here. We work fairly here. If somebody finds more, they give back to the less fortunate or save it for later. And when one of us faints, we have to finish their work. No rest for the wicked. Offer to help. No, en todellakaan. I did what I thought was right. I get back to my business now. Farewell. Fuck you and your farewell. You fucking, I hope more mistakes. Your ass for a mount. Oh my god. Ihan sekunti. Voinko mä puhua vielä jollekin? Paljon muuten kello on? Kello olisi 7, pitäisikö mun... Can't speak with you alright, have to do my day's work. Now that Dakota is out, we have to hustle even harder, goddammit. The farmer had a female skin that didn't stand out from the others working in this area. She manifested a kinetic hyperactivity. Most of her actions were pointless. Expectantly. You're behaving a little odd. Your movements, I mean, how long have you been like this? I had to analyze the chat to figure out what she wanted to tell me. Exhausted. She noticed my confusion and cracked up. That wasn't what I wanted. The girl rolled her eyes. Ah, she's being watched. Your supervisor is keeping an eye on you. Noted. She waved me goodbye and went back to work. The game system displayed a notification that I wasn't added to Silly Sally's ignore list. Oh, damn it. I don't want to talk.
Hey, buddy. Such a nice day, and you're disturbing the good people's fun.
The bored cowboy was chewing on a blade of grass. He wore an impeccably clean vest and shiny boots. Quite a sunny day, isn't it? You just want to stretch your legs and have a nap on the grass, don't you, friend? I see a lot of staff from the Orange Folk organization here. Are you part of it? Hell no, I only watch over them. Could you at least tell me who it is that you're watching and why? They're low city scum. They've got tasks they need to focus on, so don't bother them. They won't speak to you. I heard the Orange Folk experience pains, memory loss, speech difficulties, and... That's enough, friend. Slow down there. They pay me for supervising, so I supervise. Now would you kindly get off this field? Continue the conversation. We were having such a pleasant conversation. Let's talk some more. Have a nice day. God damn it. Someone else is pulling the strings. The Orange Folk use cheats and exploits. That's why the system kicks them from the game. Valitan tää. En oo kyllä tervetullut jo. Suspects. No data. Jos mä otan tohon vähän punaviiniä. Pikkusen. Ai täältä löytyi tommonen punaviinilasi. Tapani. Tell Stanley what you've deducted.
Enjoying the game?
Onko se Stanley täällä? It seemed prudent to go back to the graveyard and give Stanley a report on investigation. Mä olisin voinut tutkia tätä vielä vähän enemmänkin, mutta mä tartuin siihen ensimmäiseen vaihtoehtoon. Siinä on Sheriff. Oho, where's Stanley? I'm the sheriff in this town. Not many players know about this place. Especially newcomers. What brings you here? Wild West Sheriff. It all added up. Lie that you got lost. Admit you're looking for Stanley. Stanley was here, but he had to leave the game. He asked me to talk to you on his behalf. If you don't mind, of course. Pitäisikö me niinku luottaa tähän vai? But before I do, allow me to proceed with the formalities. He straightened up and cleared his throat. As the Sheriff of High Rock, I'd like to officially welcome you to our community. I'm here to help beginners and uphold the law, the game's rules, that is. Welcome, Rancher. Greet the Sheriff. The Sheriff looked me in the eyes, smiled and shook my hand. Not only will I answer all your questions, but you'll receive something else. A welcome package. And a pouch of coins for your farm. Cool, ain't it? Let's go down to the saloon and talk over a drink. What do you say? Näinkö tää yrittäis niinku lahjoa meitä? Tai jotenkin. Express doubt. I'm not sure if it's a good idea. Listen, pal, admins don't like it when someone wanders around the graveyard. Better not to cross them. They could ban us for that. I might have a job for you that will get you something more than gold coins. Game deck. Let's take a walk. Hank, it's good to see you. How long until you're done? How long until you're done? I just logged in, 6 weeks left. Pretzel. Thanks for the advice tai jotain. Howdy Ben, how's that achievement going? You got it? Howdy Sheriff. I'm about to crack the physics behind these bundles. Today's the day it has to be. What's this achievement you're working on? The Great Pyramid of Bundles. I'll be the first player to get it.
Wanna see my farm? I got the
Wanna see my farm?
decoration pack.
There's a saloon, you're blocked from accessing it. But we'll fix that little problem promptly. The Sheriff typed a few commands into the game's interface. I saw that I now had access to the saloon. Ask if it's cheating. It's one of the privileges of being a sheriff. Eikä tää on niinku tämmönen... Mikä tää on Game admini tai miksi sanotaan. I can grant access to the saloon to anyone I want. Mitä olutta Trudolla on siellä? Let me ask you this. What's your poison? Agree to have whiskey. Of course. Bottoms up then. Foster's. Yeah. To the meeting, I'm telling you, friend, this stuff may be digital, but it tastes like the real thing. It's phenomenal. Where would you like to begin? Stanley. First thing you offered to do Stanley a favor when we were in the graveyard. Stanley was waiting for you, but he had to log out of the game. You can talk to me if you want. Kun mä en luota tähän. Why did he log out of the game? He wasn't feeling well. It happens sometimes. You had information for him on some issue concerning the Orange Folk. Is that correct? Give him false information. Yes, I've arrived at certain conclusions. I'll get right to it. Seeing as Stanley's already clued you in. I didn't want to tell him the truth, but I had to tread lightly with the lies so he wouldn't get wise to them. I was called here to investigate a case involving crop circles. False admins. It's a rather delicate matter. A group of players gained access to developer stacks. I have to find out who they are. The sheriff's eyes went wide. That's really serious, and what did you make of it? What do they use that access for? They duplicate rare items and auction them off for real cash. The man was nodding enthusiastically. Damn, this could disrupt the game's economy. This could cost the Orange Folk. It seemed like the sheriff was buying my little story. For now, I've nothing more to add. He took a sip of whiskey. Do you think the players you're looking for are still in the game? Shrug. Hard to say. I believe the player named the Outlaw is responsible for the Orange Folk's problem. Outlaw seemed like a peculiar name to choose. I've suspected for a while that they're fraud duplicating rare items. These kind of machinations not only hurt the game's economy, but can also cause malfunctions of the game's systems. If you agree to work with me, I'll tell you my plan to catch the outlaw. You'd play a central role in it. Ask about your pay. I don't work for free. There's a real money in it for you, after the job is done, that is. Game decks were generally paid upon completion of the job. Accept it. You convinced me. I will work for you. He offered what I usually charged for searching for someone in Virtualia. I nodded, then realized he hadn't told me what the job actually was. We shook hands. You never signed contracts in my line of work. Alright, let's cut to the chase. First of all, I need you to confirm the outlaw's location. When you do that, find out whether they work alone or have accomplices. Then we'll meet to draw up a detailed plan. Ask if you can get a badge. The sheriff burst out laughing. I don't have one on me, but since you care about it so much, I'll try to get one for you. Oh. What he expects of you. What is it exactly that you want me to do? Confirm whether or not that the thug is still in their hideout, the guild house. A sheriff can't belong to guilds or enter their houses. Dumb, I know, but the rules are rules to find out if the outlaw works alone or not. What do we know about the outlaw? I'm sure this player uses many different accounts and characters. Recently they've been known as the outlaw. They were in some shady business with BlackRock, a known hacker and fraud who had been permabanned from the game. Okei, me ehkä päästään jäljelle tässä kun puhuu häkkäristä. Rook did a lot of nasty stuff. He once hacked our banker Mr. Adams and gave him an insulting name. The next update should finally fix it. What he's going to do? What are you going to do in the meantime? Drink whiskey. I'm going to collect evidence against the outlaw and inform the admins about our plans. I'll also have some real-life obligations. Wait for me in the saloon after you've found all the answers. I'll be there at nightfall, and we'll think up a plan. Hold on, let me give you the welcome package. The sheriff made several gestures and opened the game's options. Welcome to harvest time. Please accept this humble gift. You receive 3 mystery gifts. I can't wait to open them for you. Come to the ranch. You received a gift of 500 coins. You can use it to buy wonderful items, for example from me. Let's meet up. Emphasize your irritation. This lady gets on my nerves. Can I turn off the notifications? I know what you mean, but you get used to her. Sadly, you can't turn the sweetheart off. I still had an obligation towards Stanley. I had to understand the orange folks' problem. Shake Sheriff's hand. Tapped the brim of his hat and left the game. One of the women upstairs beaconed to me and pointed at the stairs that ran along the saloon's outer wall. My name is Leah Ann. We could help each other. Let's meet behind the saloon. Oh. The woman Leah Ann must have been listening in our conversation. She wanted to meet me outside the saloon. The woman looked noble and serious, though she kept looking around as though she were afraid of something. When she noticed me, her face took an imperious look. You're a game deck, aren't you? Not in agreement. I'm working on a certain case here. I accidentally overheard your conversation with the sheriff, and I think that I might have a simple but lucrative job for you. Lisää töitä. I'd like you to provide me with intel about the sheriff. Who he is, what he does, how many zeros he has in his bank account, and so on. Anything you can tell me about his life is in Realium would be useful. Can I count on your help? Why she needs this information? I'm considering entering into a financial arrangement with this person. I'd like to make sure he's solvent and trustworthy. I'll wed him. Wonderful. Once you acquire this information, please come to the guild house. I'll be waiting for you there. Sinnehän meidän pitää mennä muutenkin kohta. Tell Rusty Ed that you work for me. He'll invite you to the guild. No tänä avulla me päästään sinne. Rusty Ed. I suddenly felt the air move, as if someone had walked right past me. But nobody was there. I resumed the conversation with Leanne. I'm terribly sorry I got a bit distracted for a moment. Yes, I noticed. Well, I think that will be all, unless you have more questions. What she does in the game. What haven't I been doing? I used to run a prosperous farm. I was on the top of the leaderboards. Now I'm mostly here for the people. This community is one of a kind. Sadly, you can't trust everyone, which is why I asked for your help. What she knows about the sheriff. I heard that he's very respected here. Everyone speaks very highly of him. What's your opinion? Don't trust him. I felt so myself. I'm glad I met you. Yeah. Guild house.
Sunset deals are the best part of the game.
Partner. Kyllä salunassa meni jotakin vielä.
Welcome to the High Rock Saloon. Can I get you anything?
Tell me about the local rumors. I can only serve drinks. I'm an automatic character, not a player. Please don't look so surprised. A player hired me to fill in for them as a bartender, their own profession. This paid service lets you keep a role despite being absent. If you're interested in other paid services, please visit the game's website. Ei tästä ole mitään hyötyä. Päästään nyt sitten.
I'm out of fucking order.
Okay. Hello, cowboy. Beautiful day, isn't it? The harvest is rich. The cows are making milk. This is the life.
Hello. We have a few simple questions for you.
About the investigation. Answer the questions and we'll see what we can do. Yeah! What's the point of this interrogation? We're collecting data. How long have you been playing Harvest? Lie.
Sunset deals are the best part of the
We did these seed beds before it was cool. In the days before the great update. When you could assault a neighbor with a pitchfork. Have you ever been to the graveyard on the hill? I have. Have you heard about the Tree of Knowing? Yes. Have you ever experienced flashbacks that burned you off? That usually happens when I forget to take my medication. Do you ever feel like someone is telling you what to say, as if they're taking over your mind and will? Say no, say no. I felt a wave of intense anxiety. A part of me flipped out upon hearing the question and made me say no. It should go smoothly now. Give me any number that comes to your mind. What the fuck? 304. What? What kind of question is that? What are you trying to drag me into? That's all, your turn. Is there anything you want to ask us? Investigation. I'm conducting an investigation. I'm collecting information about residents. You answered our questions, so we owe it to you. What do you mean in particular?
Enjoying the game?
Outlaw. Do you know a player called the Outlaw? I mean, we've never met any outlaw, but people say there is this guy an outcast. I've heard that he pissed off the sheriff himself and now he's looking to bail out to another level. They also say he's covered by Rusty Ed and it's the only reason why sheriff hasn't nailed him yet. Why are you asking about the Tree of Knowing? We're collecting info for our clan. It's a top secret mission, you know, so we can't tell you too much.
You have to level up more.
We don't know much either. You learn anything, make sure you let us know. Come back with some solid info on the tree and you won't regret it. The home clan knows how to return a favor.
I need to log out, but there is so much to do.
How's your clan doing? What's the name? It starts with an H, right? Honklon, the best org in the world, with the most profound message, concept and a narrative. It's a riot. Make sure you drop in to Knight's Code. That's where our headquarters are. It's so amazing, like everything starts making sense. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. We're not quite sure, but we're checking it out. It's not the first time we've heard such a response from an interviewee. Maya shot her look at Mia stop. Maya shot her a look and Mia stopped short. Okay. But the fact that you reacted quite oddly to that number may mean something.
Pretzel, my precious. Want some more hay?
Morning, can I ask? Pretzel. He's my horsey.
Hey,
I'm tending to him now. Come back
Pumpkin King
later.
raid? Howdy, stranger. I'm Hank the Gravedigger.
I have the honor of being the gravedigger in this sunny establishment, and I don't sell coffins, so don't ask. Mind if we talk? If your questions about the game, talk to Handy Joe by the platform. If you're interested in other topics, we can chat. Oh Lord, if you have questions about the game, talk to Handy Joe by the platform. If you're interested in other topics... mä luin tän jo. Mä muistin. Residents. No one dies, so I rarely get to speak to them. Besides, I don't like to gossip. I prefer to look at the sky, it's so beautiful. Insist. You stand here for days on end, you must see things others miss. Like players who aren't here to just play the game. Just a minute ago my old friend was pestering me for some stuff and got nothing. I haven't seen her in game for months and now she shows up as Lee Ann. I think it was Lee Ann and just starts convincing me to... Oh, never mind. Meillä ei ole näitä kykyjä, että me voitais painostaa sitä enemmän. I suddenly felt a strange presence a few steps away from me. Joku on näkymätön. Observe it secretly. I noticed some movement out of the corner of my eye. The air was shimmering the way it does on hot days. It looked like a shadow generated by the game's engine. A shadow of a human. It could have been a bug or an invisible player. Kummittelet. Stop it. Stop it. As a game tech, I couldn't ignore these kinds of phenomena. Kato miten paljon meillä on tehtävää täällä. I resumed the conversation with the grave digger. You did look like you'd just seen a ghost. You're a grave digger, not a farmer. How did you get that role in the game? My farm is frozen right now. I need to work a town profession for a year to unlock the town resident achievement. The gravedigger gig happened to be available. The work is peaceful, it's basically world building. And nobody dies since they removed PvP. When it gets boring, I pop out of Realium to buy baby stuff. I can even sleep in game, but my folks grumble about it. Runny nose, you know. The town resident achievement takes some dedication. You have to be in harvest time for that long. For a year. If I'm not in game, players can report my absence. Then the scripts check it and decide if I can continue in this role. Last month my activity dropped a little because of the divorce. I was moving in with my folks. I got reported and lost the role. Sheriff Billy vouched for me. He's the reason I kept my progress. He's one great man, believe me. Speak favorably of the sheriff. A decent citizen indeed. Hank nodded, smiled and stroked his belly. The world needs more people like him. They make it a better place. Who he is in Realium. I work for Electrobank. I mean, I'm living with my parents now. I'm on their old couch as we speak. I'm pregnant, so I'm on leave. Congratulations on the pregnancy, Hank. I didn't realize you had a uterus. Well, I'm a man and I don't have a uterus. I mean, Cynthia, my beloved, doesn't consider me manly enough, which is why we got a divorce. I gave her the apartment and she transferred the pregnancy to me. Mitä? Can you explain? Your wife transferred the pregnancy to you. You don't have a uterus, but you're with the child? Dinosaurs walk among us. I'm not organically pregnant. My boy is in an exuder, an external uterus, at the White Cloud Clinic. He feels my actual movements. Hears me like he would in a real uterus. He can sense light if I'm in the sun. It recently got an upgrade. Now my little bud can feel virtual movements in sensory worlds. He sees lights, hears sounds, all of it. So I'm lounging in harvest time, enjoying nature and the fresh air. It's good for the baby. Okei, tää on fucked up. Tää on ihan vitu outo. My eye was caught by the reflection on the tombstone. It wasn't smooth enough to reflect anything clearly. I looked at the gravedigger's tools and wondered what holographic epithet I'd have liked to see over my tombstone. Life is a fight. Life is a fight we are meant to lose. But that doesn't mean we shouldn't fight. That's what makes life worth living. Pushing back against the waves. This horse was chewing despite having nothing in its mouth. Curious. I read online that's a sign of stress. Yet the beast was standing still and paid me no mind. Suddenly a piece of paper jumped out at me. As soon as I read it, it vanished. As if it had never been there in the first place. It was an encyclopedic entry on local steeds. Cheater. I suspect the sheriff is a cheater. He lies, manipulates, and schemes, but I doubt he's to blame for what's happening with the orange folk. Perpetrator. I suspect the sheriff is responsible for the problems of the orange folk. In situations like this, there's usually only one person pulling the strings, and that person is probably the local lawman. Victim. I suspect the sheriff is a real victim here. He's acting like a child lost in the dark. He's popular but also naive and uninformed. Veikkaan, että se on tää. I could be so wrong, but... Who is the outlaw? The outlaw is the victim, huh? Yeah. This is the like this, wrong way. Wrong way. Wrong way. Yes. I suspect the outlaw is the real victim here. A person that hides in a game instead of logging out and disappearing the realm can't be guilty of anything. Tää on se. Who is responsible for the orange folks issue? Tarvii enemmän tietoa vielä tähän. Tässä on tää Rusty Ed. Wake Ed.
Greetings, new player.
Was I snoring? Thank goodness it's harvest. The snoring here unless I've missed some batch. Say hello. I'm a game deck and I'm the guild master of Rusty Ed's guild. Just a fun fact. You want to ask an old timer about farming tricks? Go ahead, Rusty Ed has a lot of stories up his sleeve. Granted entrance to the guild house. Leanne asked me to meet her in the guild house. You know Leanne, right? Leanne knows that you need to belong to our guild in order to get inside. She probably wanted you to join us. Tell me a story. I've got 3 stories today. The topics are legendary artifact, how I became a sheriff. What? Legendary artifact, how I became a sheriff, and old game systems. How I became a sheriff. Where do I start? You know, we're not all up and about in here. We're not waving our arms around. Our corpses lie still on couches. Mine at my place, yours at your place, your place, and sometimes it's about speed here, especially with duels. But I mean your neural speed, not bodily. If you want to be a sheriff, you must beat the previous one. You must be faster, more precise. Go on. This guy was good. Everyone could see it, but I noticed something. He would enter the game for up to 3 hours, maybe 4. It was always like that. But once he lingered playing poker, it was 6 hours, 7. I guess what? The guy was staggering, dropping off. I noticed his fragile brain, quick but easily fatigued. It was his vulnerability. Next time I played him myself, I kept letting him win. I challenged him to a sunset duel after he had spent 12 hours here. He couldn't turn it down. That's the rule. He was good, but I could see in his eyes that he had already lost. His eyelids were twitching from the adrenaline rush. So he wouldn't give up without a fight. He knew that would insult me. Don't get me wrong, he was a good guy. He knew I'd discovered his weakness. Maybe if he had money, he could have bait to get his neurons enhanced. Maybe that's what the poker was for. I never saw him again in here. Maybe he had a breakdown. Was fed up with his quick fatigue. That bothered me a bit. Anyway, I was sheriff here for a full month before I lost a duel. But I'd never forgotten that guy. He had a nice vintage nick. Kill them all. Hyvä tarina. Hyvä tarina. About the guild. It's a guild open to all players of adequate level. What level do I need to be at? 3 daily stories. Oh
This
my
game
god.
is so addictive.
It used to be a game with ambitions. It was all about portraying something genuine. Things you don't get in Realium. You took your place, you know, and there were roots in the ground that you had to dig through. Mä en jaksa lukea tarinoita. Games change according to trends and audience preferences. There are still worlds like Happy Hunting Grounds with full-on simulation. Trends, schments, moneymakers got their hands on it and turned something that mattered to players into something that mattered to them.
The weather's perfect, just like every other day.
Story. 3 stories. It was about a decade ago. An event was announced that would last all a year. It was said that one of the loot boxes would contain a legend of harvest time. The artifact jewel. I can still remember it. It was a house in the game, House of Happiness. It was covered in flowers. It boasted the joy neurotransmitters of whoever was in it. So there was this player, Ted Godiva, who sold his apartment, everything he had, to improve his chances. That's how he got that treasure. The house is still hovering somewhere in the game, in Elysium. He settled here in harvest time. He became a Zoinet. He only had enough money to keep his brain alive for a few months. I've read a report on Zoinets. He'd need lots of money to stay alive for years and not just keep it a nitrium. An organic brain gets older. Someone would have to keep providing him Everbrain, a regenerative enzyme. Maintaining a natrium liquids and enzyme, it costs a fortune. Now that you've listened to my story, I can answer your question. Admitted to the guild. Sure, you listen to my stories and I can see you're not a member of any other guild. Just a minute. Welcome to Rusty Edge Guild. Make sure to read the terms of conditions. It's just a sentence. Be nice. Yeah, you're not a member of Rusty Edge Guild. Thus you get access to the guild house where you will find tons of attractions. The guild house is available from level 15, so get on your farm and level up. Oh my god, level 15. Don't worry about the levels. My guild runs a principles from 20 years ago when there was no such limitation. The house is open. Okay. I've always liked to see it come and go. That's a bit of old games. Tell me something about the local sheriff. Do you know the Billy guy? He's been nagging me lately, asking me to admit him into the guild. Him and those loyal cowboys of his. Mut sehän itse sheriff just sanoi, että ne ei voi olla killassa ne. Ei voi osallistua kiltaan. Siis sheriffit. You know the cowboy Ake and Mad Dog, although the latter doesn't come here often. Onks Anisko muuten chatissa? Leanne. I do from way back.
The weather's perfect.
Tuli sopivasti.
Just like every
Sä
other
oot
day.
moderaattori. Sä täällä YouTubessa on mode. But I can't tell you anything because it's not polite to gossip at all. Ota, mistähän mä pääsen sinne moderaattorin asetuksiin? Nyt mä en enää muista. I can't remember anymore. En mä muista, meikö sä etsiä. Okei. Mä en vaan muista, että... Missä tuo julpeessa oli se paikka? Show understanding. Fine, I won't push you. Thank you, my friend. Nanette, I mean Leanne. Nanette on se nimi vai? Is a new character in the game. She's back after a hiatus. I think she wants to start over. You see, she's a sort of public figure in Realium, so she values privacy in sensory worlds, but not like to take a nap. As I was leaving, Ed flinched suddenly, as if he'd felt a prickling sensation. I felt a chill.
The weather's perfect, just like every other day.
I felt this strange presence that had haunted me before. I knew I had to investigate it. There were two tools I could use. Intermirror could pierce through the cloak, while Painting launched a painful jamming impulse. I opened my deck, launched Intermirror, and turned it towards the supposed presence. I recognized a human silhouette without a material avatar. The structure of the cloaking coat seemed familiar, but I couldn't say why. Mitä saisko mennä duuna? After a while, the shape disappeared. I knew that it caught this ghost. I knew that if I caught this ghost, I'd be able to examine it more closely, maybe even talk to it. I went back to Ed.
Greetings, new player.
Mä hain vähän lisää tuohon punaaviin.
Howdy.
Yeah. Jotakin vois pelaa. No niin. Outlaw. I can't tell you that. The Outlaw is a member of Rusty Ed's guild, just like dozens of other players that asked nicely enough. Including you, my friend. Why don't you just have it out with them like civilized players? I don't know who they are and I don't really care. Yeah, but no, I'd like to take a nap. God, wake up, buddy.
Greetings, new player.
This napping motherfucker. Okay. The sheriff seems... It seems the sheriff is the one responsible for all the jazz. He's controlling... integrating... and suspiciously popular. It's possible that the person responsible for the problems of the orange folk is somebody I haven't considered yet. It's the fucking sheriff. Piksuttaa on pitkä tehtävä. I suddenly felt a strange presence that then somebody appeared next to me.
Hello, Game Deck. Would you like to talk about your investigation?
Yes. Who she is? I'm a friend. I like
Wanna
your.
see my farm? I got the premium decoration.
I like your profession, and I'm intrigued by your investigation. That's why I've been observing you at work. I don't want to say more right now, not here. Show understanding.
Just like every other day.
Fine, but I don't appreciate being followed and eavesdropped on, and you still haven't answered my question. I'm a friend and I try to prove that to you. As for all the spying, I hope I can make it up to you somehow.
What a lovely day.
Why are you following me? Out of sheer detective curiosity. A game deck in a game like this, it was worth listening to some of your conversations. It's unethical and undignified, pardon me. It's no excuse, but you wouldn't have answered my questions if I had asked them directly. How long have you been following? Since you were in the graveyard. I thought that an unknown remote site would be a good observation spot. But this farmer came and then you, then the sheriff, then you again. Quite a lot of traffic for a place that's supposed to be dead. You don't trust me, and you need to be careful. Let me prove my good intentions, and as a token of my goodwill, allow me to share some information with you. Perhaps it will shed some light on your investigation. I'm sure you have plenty of questions. You're a game deck after all. Why don't we meet in person somewhere a little more private? In the graveyard? That's right. After you've completed the investigation and finished up your business, meet me where the tombstones grow, as a poet would say. Do you remember the way? You need to jump into the well. Yes, I know. With these words, a mysterious game deck vanished in the thin air. This was my third visit to the graveyard. I hoped the information the mysterious game deck had for me would be worth it. Mun pitäisi olla se Valheim tuolla Xbox Game Passissa, mutta siinä lukee Game Preview. Et mä en tiedä, onko se vaan joku demo sitten mulla. No ihan varma. Do I need to perform a ritual or exorcism to make you reveal yourself? Let me exit Guardian Angel mode. How do I do that? I think it's here.
Hello, I am Kenzu.
Hell, Chief. I'm Kenzu, a man. I'm learning to do the same job as you. I've heard about you. You're good at bats player. You caused a scandal in one of the recent games. The media was all over you. Damn cheaters. You said you had some information concerning my case. The orange folk use a cheat that helps them get loot boxes. The sheriff, the Billy guy, uses a similar cheat to win deals. It makes sense. Sadly, I don't have any substantial evidence. I'd like to get some. I think the sheriff controls the work done by the orange folk somehow. That egg guy and Mad Dog are involved in it. It's some kind of slavery. What you're saying makes sense. I saw that you closed the deal with Billy and now you're obliged to do the job for him, but maybe it's a good idea to get him in Realium, find out who he really is. Get the sheriff. The sheriff's made himself the Lord of High Rock, forgetting he's in a game. The orange folks' problems are his doing. Somebody ought to shove the gold star down his throat. We need to get him. I've got the investigator. The program tracks people down in Realium. You just need to get in physical contact with the avatar of the person you're looking for and hold them for a while. I know I have tried. There's a problem. What kind of problem? It's like a thin layer of digital air between your hand and another avatar. Maybe that's why it's easier to cheat with the speed boost here. I've searched the code and it seems the barrier caused the birds to vanish. I mean, they're there but can't be seen. I think there's a safeguard against the app. Whether it was done upon player request or of their own accord, you can't just touch anyone here. So you can't run the investigator by just touching someone. I thought it over and I've got an idea. Do tell. Can you hook up the investigator to a bullet and then shoot someone? The bullet would get inside the avatar and stay there long enough. You're thinking like a game deck, Ken. That's exactly what I was thinking. I took a bullet from the gun's cylinder. I opened the investigator window and I linked the program to the bullet in my avatar. Damn, Chief, watching you work through is something. Now you need to challenge the sheriff to a sunset duel and shoot that douche. It's getting dark. We should go. I'll assist you as an invisible protective spirit. You can thank me later. I assume I have no say in this. You follow me whether I want it or not. I'm involved in this as well. I'm involved in this as hell. Kuvittaisin, että sulla lukee as well, mutta ei näköjään. Maybe I can learn something, maybe I can help. Stay close. Mitä se tässä seriffi nyt? Onks Truda pelannut sitä Valheimista paljon? Eikö sulle ei ollut sitä Valheimia? Aniskulla on se Valheim. Mutta Anisku on pelannut sitä joku tosi pitkä aikaa sitten viimeksi varmaan. They're hanging Stanley. Just. Who's hanging him? The sheriff and his men. Egg and somebody else. I don't recall Harvest Time having a hanging mechanic. Sounds of a bustling crowd were coming from the saloon. Niin joo, aivan joo. Kyllä.
Hey, where do you think you're going, girl?
Ranters, witness a triumph of law and order. There's no place for scammers or scoundrels in High Rock. Yes, it's just a game, but most players take this world seriously. It's a home, a place of respite, meditation and honest work. And this person committed fraud. Lots of fraud. The truth about him will soon see the light of day. We are ever closer to the truth. Mad Dog Egg, you know what to do with him. I have to do something. Chief Stanley's your client, isn't he? Challenge the sheriff to a duel. The game system sent a message to the players. A duel was about to begin. Oh shit. Look, we've got ourselves on a daredevil. I'll put a bullet in you with a pleasure. No one's ever beaten me and you won't either. The presence of the orange folk gave me comfort. I'm sure all my predecessors had fired the first shot. That's why they lost. Make an eye contact with Ken. I needed the element of surprise. Ken was known to have good ideas. I nodded slightly in his direction. Ken approached the sheriff and waited for my signal. He's wearing an invisible skin so the sheriff didn't see him. The sheriff adjusted his hat and widened his stance. I was breathing calmly. Everything was under control. I drew my gun from its holster. I didn't even notice him draw. He was unhumanly fast. Oh my god. Mut siihenkin osui. I felt I've heard a shot in his direction. The sheriff looked at the wound and locked out momentarily. I was hoping that the investigator managed to get a read on his location.
The investigator is in. Let's go find the sheriff.
Ken gave a thumbs up. The investigator's in. We'll find the sheriff even if he locked out of the game. That was quite a tumble you took there. Ken nodded at me and opened a deck window visible to both of us. Let's see if the investigator attached the bullet did its job. I looked at the report. The progress bar stopped at 100%. There was an address below it. This is one of the mushrooms in Warsaw City, Dakota. You know, one of the farmers said she lives in one. Interesting. There must be a connection. He's probably getting up from the couch now. If he's figured out we tracked him downhill bolt. We gotta go. Want me to pick you up? Confirm. What he wants to talk about. The boy froze. He was standing motionless and staring vacantly into the distance. The orange folks started disappearing one by one. Leave me alone. All members of the orange folk had left the game. I needed to do the same.
Howdy.
Don't you want to visit your farm before you go? I've got more important things on my mind. I'm going back to reality. Vihdoin me päästiin pois täällä. I hadn't been so close to the Undercity in a long time. The smell of rotting plant smoke from bonfires made me made by those living in the ruins. The volatile smell of fumes from machines clearing old Warsaw. All were trying to penetrate the veil of oblivion to bring back my childhood. Ken came to pick me up with his mobile. We went to the mushroom, one of the places where Polish builders had lived over a century ago. On the way, Ken talked a mile a minute. He was excited like a fan during a game. We touched down a narrow parking lot by a door of the place indicated by the investigator.
This is the moment. Right, Chief?
We get the bad guys and kick their asses. Ai tässä on tää oikee Kenju. I knew being a game deck would be more thrilling than good a badass. Good a bads. Good a bads. I feel like a real detective. But you're the one with the experience, Chief. Lead the way. Be going with guns blazing, right? Teach him caution. We don't know what's inside or how strong the door is. If it's reinforced, all we do is alert. You're right, cautiously. With some guns blazing, I go in, you cover me. Before I could answer what the fuck? Before I could answer, he threw himself against the door. He was strong, he hit with it so much force he smashed the lock to pieces. Get him.
Please, don't come any closer.
The girl looked at me with astonishment. Nobody important. The girl looked toward a closed room on the upper floor. Visibly scared, she looked down again. Don't be afraid, everything's going to change here soon, I promise. She didn't answer. She just looked at me with fear in her eyes.
Hey, boss. That game deck is here.
The guy bit the tip of his tongue. He was in the mood for a brawl. An electric knuckle duster flashed on his clenched fist. Is that game deck from Harvest Time I told you about? Kid was right. They did track him down. The fuck you want? Can be a good spot and explain to those gentlemen why we fuckers have paid them a visit. It would be my pleasure. Are you gentlemen familiar with the Hammerfield pain scale in good or bads? Yo, check this out. The wise guy thinks he can talk.
Touchdown!
I'll take that as a no. Time's up. Why don't we test your pain tolerance? Kill your opponent. Oh shit. Whoa shit. Pystyi tappamaan se. These people didn't deserve mercy. We neutralized them permanently. That's the fate of shitheads who used. Ken's voice sounded raspy and inhuman. Wait, the sheriff. Chief, you see the sheriff anywhere? He was the only kid that didn't get scared. He seemed overly excited. I never seen anything like that. Only games have those wham bam animations. They had no chance and they're strong and scary, but they were scared of you. wouldn't listen, he was too excited. You have to go up, he's upstairs. I'm Stanley. Gideon's Stanley. Tää on se Tom siitä alusta, se Tommy, se yhden kaveri. I was afraid, but you did fine. You can handle Kid too, you showed them. We knew that you must be good with all those likes under your profile and that you'd find us. Focus. He grew a bit sad and fell silent. I could see he was used to harsh orders. What does the sheriff look like? Describe him. He's big, much bigger than us. He's got long hair and smiles often, but not in a friendly way. And he's cheeky and skinny and walks fast. And he sometimes talks weirdly. Like what's up or see ya, like old people. I told you. Where's the sheriff? Upstairs. You got to be fast. Like a duel in harvest time, except in the game, the good guys are always inside and they should defend. Thank you, Stanley. Let's go. Ken stopped me when I was about to open the door. I know I may look like a total pro, but I've never caught anyone. In realium, I mean, nor interrogated anyone. Any tips before we go in? First of all, the investigator led us here, but we don't know who's behind all this. Let's get the guy who acts as a sheriff in the game, interrogate him and find out what's going on. Stay by the door. If he runs, stop and overpower him, but only if he tries to run. Remember, he wants to talk to him. We want to talk to him, not break his limbs.
Hey, you're out of luck, guys. The boss is gone.
He heard you coming and jumped out of the window. Undercity was over 100 meters below. He couldn't have jumped out of a mushroom window and survived unless it was a suicide. It's good that you're here. I'll go check on your friends. He headed for the exit. Got the shit bug. Tell me what's going on here. In Low City there's always someone trying to scare us. I've gotten used to it. I'm like all these kids, just a little older than better at taking care of myself. That's why the boss needs me sometimes, cause no one's sharper than me. If you came from Low Warsaw City, you'd appreciate making money too. I thought you came to help. Do you want to harass us as well? Mä oon nyt saapunut siihen pisteeseen, että mä en jaksa enää tältä iltaa tätä peliä. En tiedä mihin tää kuittaa. Tuo on ihan mielenkiintoinen peli kyllä. Ja hauska peli. Tää on ihan mielenkiintoinen kyllä. Ihan mielenkiintoinen. Jaksakohan mitään OWta lähtee nyt mättämään. Sitäkin tullut pelattua kyllä pitkään aikaa. Ei pitkään aikaa. Mitä meinasitte tehdä? Tänne on tullut kaikkea jännää tänne. Hymiöitä on enemmän tai YouTubessa. Ja jännä. Mikä toi ääni oli? Palvelinvirhe. What the fuck? Joo. Vähän ehkä samaa fiilis, että ei oikein jaksa. Au. Mä en tiedä, ihan kun tää YouTuben laatu olisi vähän parempi. Ihan kun toi kuvan laatu olisi jotenkin sharpimpi kuin Twitchissä. En tiedä kuvitteleeko sitä vaan. Olisiko tehnyt vielä tehnyt mieli pelata jotakin yhdessä vai onko se liian myöhäistä? Niistä OVtä ei varmaan sitten jaksa mennä. Oikein, en tiedä. Mutta mitä? It's a cool fucking question. It's a good fucking question. Mulla ei ole tällä hetkellä kodia. Koska mä oon ite ihan jotenkin täysin lopeen kyllästynyt Vaarasoneen, sori. Mutta mä en vaan niinku, mä en jaksa. Mä en jaksa sitä. Niinku se on se pikku Vaarasonen. Sitäkö te olette pelannut nyt enimmäkseen vai? Tuutte tähän kamalan myöhässä tulee. Tässä On tässä isompi viive kuin Twitchissä. Minkälainen se kartta on siinä? Se sama kartta, mutta vaan pienempi. Mulla on se Unchartedkin kesken, mutta mä en jaksa käynnistää nyt oikein pleikkari. Kello on 8:30. Mä oon lopettanut perjantaisin nämä streamit niin aikaisin, että mä oon kerran jopa katsoa perjantai-illan elokuva 9 elokuva. Mollis game. Joo, ihan silleen niinku hauskaa, että ei oo sitä mennyt niin myöhäiseksi. Mä katoin, kun sä mainitsit se uusimman Terminaattorin, mä olin aikaisemmin nähnyt sen, mutta sit on pitkä aika. Mä katoin Castin kanssa joskus. Nyt mä katoin sen uudestaan. Mutta onko ne kaikki Terminaattorit sellainen niinku Disneys? Genesis. Eikö se Genesis ole, missä se Connor lopulta sitten oli se vihollinen? Joo, no ykkösen mä... No joo. Jännä juttu, että ne ei ole laittanut sitä ykköstä sinne, kun se tuntuu, että se Terminaattori monelle varmaan lähti sitten kakkosesta. Koska ykkösessä se on vihollinen, se Schwarzenegger. Niin. Ykköstä mä en ole kyllä nähnyt vuosia. Mutta mä katsoin sen kakkosessa tuli tuossa, tulikohan se viime viikolla vai tulikohan se sitä edellisellä. Katsoin sen melkein loppuun asti. Tuo chatti tulee tosi jännästi tolleen spämmimällä tohon. Mun mielestä se Terminator 2 oli ihan mahtava se kohtaus, kun se nainen on siellä pakkohoidossa, että se rupeaa huutamaan, että you're going to fucking die! Te ette edes tiedä, vittu, te kaikki kuolette. Mä en jostakin syystä löydä täältä sitä. Ihme, kun sitä klippiä ei löydy täältä. Ihan mahtavaa näyttelyä ihan oikeesti. Joo, siinä tuli niinku semmonen kylmä tappaja sit siitä. Jotenkin vois kuvitella, että se minkälainen se oli niissä vanhemmissa, nuorempana niissä vanhemmissa Terminaattorissa, niin se niinku kasvoi siihen rooliin, mikä se oli tässä viimeisimmässä. Välistä ehkä inhotti sen semmoinen koppavaisuus. Mutta mun mielestä se oli ihan oikea jotenkin sille roolille, että sitten tuli tommonen kylmä ja välinpitämätön. Onks meillä mitään mielenkiintoa mennä pelaamaan vähän OW2? se kävi Joonis, kun se vaan jotenkin ärsytti mua. Mutta se, joo, mä oon samaa mieltä, että se kävi sille, ehdottomasti se kävi sille. Koska se kasvoi siihen rooliinsa. Tommonen, mä olisin voinut kuvitellakin sen olevan niinku vanhempana. Silleen. Mä oon pitkästä aikaa. Mä oon ollut varmaan 3 viikkoa täällä striimivuosissa.
Kohan mulla on noin päällä. En oo vaihtanut noita.
On, sulla kaikki on päällä.
Mä laitoin Smunkille viestiä tonne, kun se pyyti aiemmin, mutta mä olin unessa ja sitten tanssin täällä suihkutansseja ja kaikkea. Niin
unessa olit? Sä nukuit ilta?
Joo, siis mä nukuin 7 asti. Mä olin niin väsyn.
Monelta sä olet nukkumaan?
Tulin töistä joskus.
Niin sä vedit tosi pitkät päikkärit.
Niin.
Joo.
Siinä joskus 4 aikaa meni vähäksi aikaa. Vähäksi aikaa? 3 tuntia. Mut niin se aina menee.
No mut mulla on myös ollut nyt tapana vedellä semmosia 1,5 tunnin päikkäreitä tuonin jälkeen.
Joo. Ensi viikolla mä ajattelin, että ei ota niinku yhtään. Että yrittää tehdä päivällä vähän juttuja tuolla. Menee ihan plörinäksi kotoa.
Ai yhtään olutta vai?
Eiku.
Päikkäreitä. Se kuulosti siltä, että ei ota yhtään. Se kuulosti siltä, että... Joo.
Joo. Taas on vittu äänet aivan taas.
Vau, mikä musiikki täällä soi. Ihan ääreitä.
Birds of a feather.
Tumma. Täällä tapahtuu kaikenlaista.
Hahmo. Se on joku uusi hahmo. Mikä tää?
Näköjään.
Onks tää sama? Mut vaan uusi skini.
Oot sä laittaa kutsua mulle? Tämmönen hahmo kyllä ei vaikuta mulle tutulta yhtään.
Kun tää on, mun mielestä tää on tää... Sojorni. Mut vaan uudella skinillä.
Voice chat may be recorded to investigate and verify reports of disruptive behavior. Tässä on tämmönen ominaisuus tullut.
Ai jaa. Sulla on voice päällä vai?
Ei. Tai ei mun mielestä, mutta tuli vaan tämmönen ilmoitus, että sitä voidaan nauhoittaa. Ihan vitu hullua mun mielestä. Mitä vittua? Ei mulla ikinä ollut tässä kyllä voice. Ota kaikki offilla. Jostakin syystä mulla oli siellä. Tuo oli ihan hauska, mielenkiintoinen peli tommonen. Missä tarvii kun klikkailee ja sitten sä elät sen juonen mukaan. Game Deck. Kiinnostaako yhtään tommoset pelit?
Joo, välistä. pelata itse kyllä.
Joo.
Trudan kanssa ollaan mietitty sitä Sunset-välitä. Oliko se pelin nimi? Sitä vissiin pystyisi pelaamaan ihan kolmisteenkin. Mä yhtään tajua, että mitä siinä pitää tehdä, mutta se on jotain farmaamista ja elämistä.
Niin se on vähän niinku, okei.
Siis mä olin niin pihalla tänään, että mä elin vielä tammikuussa. Ja sit mä katsoin jääkaappia, että mitä siellä on. Ja mä olin niinku justiin ostanut sinne semmosen jonkun valmis aterian. Ja sit siinä luki 17. helmikuuta menee vanhaksi. Mä silleen, että vittu, tämähän on jo niinku vaikka kuinka monta päivää vanhaa ja roski. Ja sit mä tajusin, että joo, että nyt ollaan niinku helmikuussa, ja se olisi vielä mennyt vanhaksi. Mutta en mä nyt enää kaiva sitä tuolta, kun se on ollut jo monta tuntia roskapöntössä.
Ai vittu. Mä kävin tuossa viime viikolla porukoilla iltakahvilla ja tekemässä just ruokaa. Ja sit mä otin, no ne antoi mulle ruoan mukaan ja seuraavana päivänä mut tuli himaa. Niin mä annostelin sen ruoan lautaselle tuossa keittiötasolla. Ja olin niinku laittamassa mikroon sitä, kun ne oli muoviastioissa. Ja sitten mä annostelin sitä ja sitten laitoin viimeisenä salatit siihen, niin se haurakka osui siihen lautaseen. Niin se oli tossa niin reunalla se se koko vitun lautanen lenti suoraan siinä alhaalla lattialla olevaan roskaan.
Vittu suoraan, no niin.
Ne kaikki meni melkein sinne.
Kiva. Varmaan vitu siinä kohtaa.
No siis se lautanen meni sinne roskikseen silleen, että siinä oli ehkä 2/3 sitä ruuasta, että sitä meni osa sinne. Niin mä lämmitin se vielä, koska siis ne oli siinä lautasella vielä. Niin mä sain syötyä vähän siitä.
Helvetti.
Mut se oli oikeesti niinku... Mä en jostakin syystä ollut edes vihainen, mä vaan nauroin, koska...
No ehkä tolleen
mitä vittua? Niinku... Sit se oli suoraan siinä alla. Mä annostelin tietysti silleen niinku linjastossa, että okei, ihan kun siinä olisi kokonaan skipattu se syömisosuus, vaan olisi viskattu suoraan biojätteeseen sinne, mitä sä olit ikinä menossakaan syömään.
Ei saatana, mikä tuuri taas.
Kääntävästi veskis mä hain vielä ihan vähän puukkuota.
Ket Royale, mitä tää sanoo? Suck it! Ai tää on. Ihana. Ai itse siellä.
Kai se vittu alkaa just silloin, kun menee vessaan. Älytöntä.
No. Mut siis mä sullekin nyt, kun et ole ollut paikalla, niin kehun näitä laseja, kun tää ero on ihan huikee pelaatessa.
Mitä laseja?
Silmälaseja siis.
Niin.
Jotenkin tuntuu niin blurrilta aina ja päänsäryt on lakannut. Niin. Ja on kyllä hyvä.
Kyllä.
Mikäs mappi tää on? Mitä on tää? Ai.
Vähän outoa olla pelaamassa.
No, tommonen häkkinuija on täällä.
toi Reiska kuolee. Made a terrible mistake, niinku minäkin.
On häkkimuija edelleen tää. En mä voi pelaa Mersillä. Katsotaan pystykö pelaamaan hiiliä ollenkaan, kun toi keskittyy minuun vaan.
Mä yritän keskittyä siihen, jos sä tuut mun taakse, niin mä yritän huitosta. Onko sulla olutta siellä yhtä?
On.
Joo, päreillä on.
Se on punaviini.
No mulla on vaan punaviini.
Otetaan gruuppa.
Sano heti, jos se tulee sun taakse, että tuon häiritys.
Se on täällä meidän takana kyllä koko ajan, mutta se on tuolla sisällä. En mä tiedä. Meidän depsi ei toimi, se on se juttu.
Se kuoli se Reiska, mutta se häkki sinne taakse. Kohta olisi ulti. Mä saan sen muijan tähän nyt. Suoraan mun eteen. Ai vittu, sitä vituttaa toi kyllä. Mä en ikinä pelaa tätä karttaa. Onks tää uusi kartta?
Mutta on ollut vähän harvemmin meillä. Tää kaartaa sinne ylös sisälle. Ai. Mä olen käynyt yhtään tullut nyt.
Tuota Reiska ihan paska.
Käytti ultisa muhun.
Joo. No ihan hukkaan. Kuoli ja käytti ultisa nyt tosi keikeä. Mulla on ulti valmiina.
Joo, mä tuun peissistä. Tääkin mappi muistuttaa ihan hirveästi sitä Team Fortressin. Se mulla on...
Mä enää muista niitä karttoja.
Joo, mulla on ikävä niitä.
Joo, se oli ihan kivaa aikaa kyllä. Me ei silloin yhdessä pelattu TF2, mutta...
Ei kun emme pelattu oikein mitään siihen aikaan vielä.
No ei niin, totta joo. Mieti kun Team Fortress. Jumalan kautta kun ne on varmaan ottanut vaikutteita vieläkin niistä
siis
kartoista.
Ihan hirveesti varmaan.
Hullua. Jengi varmaan pelaa vieläkin sitä.
Pelaa.
Team Fortress oli jotenkin nerokas peli, mä muistan sen, siinä oli häkki meidän takana.
Nytkö se on sun luona se muu?
Ei se muu pärjää.
Se on tässä nyt tässä payloadilla.
Joo, mä... Takana. Nyt se kuolee. Se on ihan dead.
Nice.
Kohta vaihtaa se.
Lucky Sleep tuli tuoltakin.
Okei. Okay.
Just siinä sen perstä, niin saa aina silloin piikki siellä.
Vartioin sitä meidän vaunua, eli kun pakko liikkua taakse.
Moira lähti kyllä nyt vähän DPS:ään. Munkin tulee.
Lähti karkuun.
Saanko mä en saa rest? Kuka siellä tuli?
Haloo. Häkisin nyt.
Kaikkeen.
Ai niin, se oli tuo. Edelleen tuo mun ulti käyttänyt. Keskityn tähän Reiskaan se kuva.
Lataa hei, jos joskus haluat taas pelata meidän kanssa Warzonet, niin ois kivaa kuitenkin.
Niin mä viitti vaan pakottaa itteni.
No en nyt tarkoittanutkaan tänään tai milloinkaan ensi viikolla tai tänä vuonna, mutta lataa se vielä kuitenkin.
Ensi vuonna.
Niin. Sulla ei ole yhtään tilaa koneella.
On, ei se siitä joo.
Yeah.
Mun piti muutenkin vaan poistaa se, koska...
Se toimii.
Ai toi tuli toi Dragoni tuolta.
Ai.
Voisin käyttää tämän mun ultin nyt tähän. Ei, kun tuli häkki, kato. Aika kova.
Enää sinne.
Niin, häkki, joo. Mietin, mitä häkistä puhutaan.
Hei, sä et tässä pelissä nyt, älä tuu trollaamaan.
Oi vitsi. Meni hukkaan tuolla toi sähkö.
Manaa.
Noni. Joo, mun shatteri. Ei kun toi... Niin. Multi häkätty.
Together then strikes him down.
Much lies in store. Let us see to it.
Mulla on toisen alueen.
Se on oikein.
Niin mäkin ajattelin.
Sollia.
Karhua.
Se on oikein.
Itse asiassa mä menisin ostaa sollia, mutta ei ollut kaupassa.
Oho.
Sä oot baarissa viime viikonloppuun siihen tulokseen, että Heineken on aika paskaa.
Mitä? Mä en oo saanut... en Heinekenia saanut. Aika ei. Koska mun kaupassa ei myydä sitäkään.
Aina että Reiska on ihan liian aggressiivinen ja pokkavas puolee taas.
En mä sano, että se on paskaa. Mulla on maku mennyt siihen.
Jos oot juonut liikaa sitä.
Juonut liikaa.
Mä oikeesti näin korjaukset tänä iltana.
Kiva.
Ei vittu, se astui suoraan se eteen. Säikin.
Mitä nyt? Tää kuolee taas tän. Vittu, että oot tosissas. Pääs karkuun. Joo. Pääs karkuun. Vitun paska nuubi, vittu pääs ihan tsäkäällä tosta tilanteesta pois.
Häkki on kyllä aika paska.
Se oli alussa kyllä parempi. Se oli tuuri. Mä en oo varma tästä meidän videomakerista.
Täältä on tää
niin.
Häkki täällä takana.
Niin.
Mitä mennään kaverista?
Tän mersin vittuun tää.
Fuck, mä oon sleepissä.
Hoidetaan tää Reiska täältä pois.
Jep.
Äkkäri. Näkkäri.
Näkkäri kuin näkkäri.
Ois näkkäri sanoo.
Sulla taas burgerit mielessä.
Okei, nyt mä teen tyhmästi.
Ai, mä saan sut ylös.
Anais.
Se on sulla ekaa ressikko-peliä aikana.
Joo, nice.
On.
Mä saan jokaisen ton Jarkin counterin. Tää on ihan vitun paska.
Roodi näyttää niille.
Todellakin.
That's my man.
Se tulee... Ai, tuli yksinään tuolta toi reiska. Niin.
Joo, hyvin useasti. Nyt. Noin kuolee johonkin noin.
Sitten Reaperi.
Mikä blokki Roodi.
Yhtään mitään kahdesta. No vielä tulee reissi tähän.
Kyllä te saatte sen. Hyvä. Yes.
Noniin. Se oli hyvä. Hyvä.
Ota mä voin katsoa kuka se on.
Ai vitsi. On kyllä kiva kun Roodikin pelaa. Tykkään.
Joo, ja pitkään aikaa oltu Voicessa edes. Varmaan 4 viikkoa.
Varmaan.
Joo, 4 viikkoa. 4 viikkoa.
My sexy son.
Ai seksi. Ootko sä pelannut Vovia?
On vähän. Lähinnä PvPtä, kun en mä jaksa yksinään vetää mitään dungeonia tai mitään.
Joo. Mulla on pitkä tauko nyt tuosta retailistäkin. Mä haluaisin mennä vetää sinne sen uuden Raid Wingin, mutta...
Ne OW nyt uusi vai?
Joo, on sitä jo varmaan pari viikkoa sitten, kun se uusi siipi aukesi sinne.
Okei. Hei, mut tuolla Roodi nyt aukesi toi tuo Ulduar aukesi. Tonne.
Joo, niin onks.
Vähän himottais.
Joo, se on kyllä makea paikka.
Me piti käyttää Lulle tossa torstai-yöllä. Piti lähteä eläinlääkäriin. Se oli syönyt semmoista lelua vähän, niin se piti käydä oksennuttaa siellä.
Voi ei. Tuliko ulos?
Tuli ulos sitten, joo. Ei se mitään, se oli vähän tokkuras sitten, mutta nythän on ihan normaali jo.
Joo, okay, hyvä.
Mä näin sen Insta-tarina. Kauat.
Mitä?
Näin sen
Insta-tarina.
Teillä oli joku kanava. Luulen
niin.
oma. Mitä vittua?
Niin onkin. Niin joo, en mä tiedä, että siellä on mikään tarina ollut. En mä siinä ole missään tekemisissä sen kanssa.
Okei.
Joku iski just päässä ton rappukäytävän kaiteeseen kajahtinne asti.
Ponk.
Sitten pennut itkee tuossa mun oven takana. Teikö meidän välistä avata tuo ovi ihan täysin ja silleen, että vittu se pentu lentää siitä sen seinästä läpi.
Kiva.
Jätkä tulee sieltä vittu riutaseen ja sai kallisarei sovea auki. Anniskulla siellä Suomi-lippu liehuu.
Joo, mä en löytänyt parempaa, niin mä laitoin nyt. Ollaan isänmaallisia.
Ykköset päälle.
Hyvä Suomi!
Esperanza.
Ei, Roodi on tankki. Annisko hiili, mä oon depsi.
Nice.
Mikäs mappi tää nyt edes on?
En yhtään.
Junkki.
gets out and strikes him down. I will keep you safe. Who's ready to have some fun?
Over here.
Much lies in store.
Onneksi meillä on
Let us see to
MC
it.
Marko vai onks Mac Marko?
5, 4,
Macmar 22.
Mä luotan kyllä Roodiin tässä.
Mä luotan
Kilven takana. Mä laitan max DPS.
maximum DPS.
Yes.
Mä oon sitten Moira, niin älkää kinoko ressiä.
Mä voisin kyllä kinua vähän hiiliä. Tuo mikä Depsi Moira, hei.
No. Sun täytyy optimoida ne värit.
Täällä on taas tää. Eiku ei ookaan häksynuija.
Laitan kilve alas. Saman tien. Ihan turha tulla tänne näin.
Ihanaa. Tuli reiska toiselle puolelle. Meen taakse. Meen taakse, apua! Vittu!
Ressaa mut. Aiku ei niin.
Niin, arvasin et se alkaa.
Hei mut tää toinen ressaa mut. Se olikin parempi.
Näin.
Sitten vaan tuli puskeet takaa.
Hieno counteri. Kuse mun päälle. Kuse mun päälle. Toi muuten kuolee ihan just.
Joo. Lähti liian pitkällä.
Toi lukio tosta. Nice. Hyvin menee.
Sillä on taas häkkeri. Onkohan toi niinku saanut suosiota nyt?
Puhkattu sitten vai?
No tosi kerran peräkkäin. Mikä se nimi nyt sitten on oikeesti?
Esperanza.
Miten se robotti on tällä puolella nyt? Eiku niin se tuli takaa sit tänne niin.
Takana taas toi paska.
Oh shit.
Horatsu.
Tultiin nyt tänne spavniin. Selitä itelleni sitten.
Joo. Ihan kiva, että sä nyt kartalla.
Ei muuten toimi. Aivan.
Hei, se kuoli.
Oi.
Tapoin.
Se mä oon.
Hei, get your head in game.
Vittu kun te ootte siellä spawnissa kuolette sinne. Ei tarvii olla niitten kotiovella, mä tuun takas täältä. Helvetti.
What's next?
Hello. No.
They're taking a swing. Let's push them back.
A taste.
They're moving the barricade. Stop them.
Tätä kuolemakään tappaa tän noobitankin täältä. Dead, bye bye.
Yläkulma. Junti ottaa. Tai siis monki ottaa.
Minä!
Tää eskortta.
Minä!
This armor really needs more padding. Onward!
Ai siihen hassailla, mitä tää on kodia nykyisin.
Marko.
Reisko tulee tuohon.
Joo, mennään. Dido. Losatteri.
Mä oon ihan sekaisin. Niin kuin mekin voidaan työntää tätä vitun vaunua eteenpäin. Mä luulin, että me vaan puolustetaan.
Come on. Get your head in the game, bitch!
No niin, nyt se on. Mut sittenhän me oltiin aika vaikeuksissa tossa alussa.
Oltiin ihan. Deep trouble. Sä kuolet tästä.
En tiedä missä Hainuun tuli, mutta...
En takaa se meni pieleen.
Tänne asti, kun sä kuolit.
Apua.
My journey continues.
Enemy turret ahead. Watch yourselves.
Kävi tuolla kuulu askeli. No.
On vähän ikävä, jos se pääsee kääntämään tuon tilanteen. Tämmönen yhdessä sen.
Ladies and gentlemen, start your engines.
Hieno pysäytys.
Mut ne on täällä vaunulla vielä.
Nice. Shatterin vedin kyllä tyhjille, mutta...
Haittaa.
Ainoa niin mä blokkaan sen. En näköjään blokannut täysin.
On saa tärkeä.
Toi se Arsmo.
Mä en ymmärrä tätä karttaa, mä ihan sekaisin missä me mennään.
Ollaan jo hossa. Hyvin.
Ollaan jo nyt.
The enemy is pushing their barricade.
Much obliged.
Misery made manifest. 60 seconds.
Oh.
Voi vittu toisaalta.
Jep. Oli vaan.
Olkut sekkaa.
kilometriä käytännössä olla 1 toppi, niin se on siinä.
Jep, me pitäis olla vaan yhdessä. Me ei ollut tossa yhdessä.
Tulos.
Hiilu pitää saada vittuun tosta nyt. Vittuun.
Mä otan.
Hieno. No niin.
Haha!
Victory.
Play of the game. Come on.
Oh yeah.
Yo! Bang. Tuo oli just toi.
Joo, hieno oliko.
Thank you, thank you. Mites teidän viikko meni?
Se meni oikein hyvin.
Vähän raskasta, henkisesti raskasta, mutta ihan ok.
Noniin.
Tässin.
Ei tässä mitään. Normi kiirettä.
Käyn huomenna työkaverin kanssa Ikeassa.
Ihan.
Oikeassa käyt.
Joo. Mä ostan semmoset...
lihapullat.
En mä lihapullia. Ehkä kahvit. Mutta ihan ensiteeksi mä ostan semmoset...
Verhot.
Tai semmosen kenkätelineen ostan. Verhoja. Suklaata.
Ikeasta.
Mitä sä sanoit? Suklaata ostan?
Sukat.
Minkälaisen kenkätelin saa?
Se on semmonen yhdelle parille.
No kenkäteline.
Mut semmonen niinku yhdelle parille.
Siis yhdelle kengälle?
Joo.
Joo,
yksi kenkä.
Toinen jossain muualla.
Yhdelle kengälle, okei.
Niin se on semmonen 3 euron teline. Se antaa tilaa tonne mun
yhdelle kengälle.
Kenkäparille saatana.
Joo.
Yhdet semmoset vitumuiset korkkarit siihen. Ja...
Mutta oikeesti yhdelle kenkäparille vai?
Joo, se antaa mukavasti tilaa tonne. Kun se on silleen kerroksittain. Se yksi kenkä tulee ylös ja toinen, sen parillinen tulee siihen alas. Mulla on niin pieni toi tilaa. Ja sit kenkiäkin jonkin verran. Jos ostais pari sellaista, niin se antais ihan kivasti tilaa. Kuin joku 3 euroa kappale.
Kengät.
Ne. Otan semmoset Ikean tossut ja niille kenkätelineet. Tohveli. Mites sattuikin?
Pehveli.
Puuhveli.
Water buffalo.
On se.
Mutta noin kuulostaa aika hyvältä noin lihapullat. Mutta ne hotdogitkin on ihan vitu hyviä.
En oo syönyt siellä kyllä hotdogia.
Ne hotdogit on joku 79 senttiä siellä.
Mutta on 5 niitä.
Ai sitten yritettiinkään vessa.
Itse asiassa joo, nehän myydään siellä niinku kassojen jälkeen se.
Joo. Ai vitsi, mä kyllä haluaisin. Nakit on hyviä.
On toikin kyllä vittu koko viikon oottaa Ikea hotdogia. Semisurullista kyllä.
Helvettiä, en mä sanonut tolla tavalla. Koko viikon.
Ikea hotdogi.
Vitsi tuli vasta mieleen. Perkele.
Perkele.
Vois ostaa käydä siellä vaan ajelee ostaa kasapää hotdogia viikonloppuun.
Tosta käy ostamassa joku kori sieltä ja sitten laittaa latoa täyteen Ikea hodarit sinne.
Jep.
30 kappaletta, kiitos.
Jep, kiva. Sitten mättää niitä. Sitten on ihan vitu paha olla. Miksi mä en taas Ikeaa ostaa niitä hodareita?
Se oli se viikon unelma, nyt oli pakko.
Mitä vittua, missä kaikki?
Me ollaan tässä. Me ollaan taivaissa munkin kanssa.
Taivaisiin.
No mä oon täällä vitun payloadilla
me
yksin.
Me ollaan tässä sun takana, nyt se menit.
Missä muut sitten
on?
En mä tiedä, mitä noi jäi tonne meidän jälkeen.
Niin meillä on skopeina sen takia. Meillä on sit toi...
Mä tapaan ton. Vittu. Tää on turrettaa joku paska.
Yllätystoimia jos nipukoon.
Mulla on nappi pohjassa.
Joo, paukuta.
Nyt ei mä kuole, mä jäin tonne jonnekin.
Au!
Paska. Näistä muista ei ollut mihinkään. Juho ja Leksa oli ihan paskoja.
Vittua. Mä en tajuu tuota tankkia. Tuota vihutankkia, miten se toimii.
Sitten
Se saa niin helvetisti armoria jostain tosi nopeasti.
Pitäisikö vaihtaa tuo solttu?
No, kilpi menee, mä en pysy niinku...
Mikä solttu? Ai mun vai pitäis vaihtaa?
Niin, kun mä mietin, että saako solttu, onko se sun tähtäimessä koko ajan? Tai sinä sen tähtäimessä? Mitä toi on noin lyhyt toi chat?
Joo, ei toi ei kuole tohon ees mun... Mä käytin chatteria ja laitoin sen seinään vasta, niin... Ei kuole.
Pitää kyllä vaihtaa.
Kokeilen kelpaako sarja vastaan, kun mulla on siellä jota paukuttaa niin vitusti.
Pitää vaihtaa mersi pois. Tässä enkä ota.
Ei sarja epärjää tätä vastaan. Tää on paremmin kyllä itse asiassa. Koska toi hakkaa mun kilpeeni. Kuplaan. Ei vittu. Hullu tää uusi tankki.
Ja mä en tajunnut sitä yhtään.
Score 0-3. Switching sides. Prepare to attack. Select your hero.
Mikä se on se uusi tankki? Se on tää Junker Queen.
Joo.
Sitten on joku uusi tankki, tämmönen joku Ramatra, joka on Battle lukossa.
Joo, se on se uusin.
Kokeile puskea
eikö
tällä.
Orissakin ollut aika kovaa silloin, kun viimeksi pelattiin?
Mikä?
Orissa.
Oli.
Sehän sai niitä jotain muutoksia.
Joo.
Oris on ihan hirveen kova.
Mut mä luulen, että tää on ihan hullu puskemaan tää.
Kyllä.
Kokeile sitä.
Mie ite vitsin älä. Ihot kirjoittaa tonne chattiin. Leksa nyt nukkumaan.
Otan kavereita varmaan 10-vuotiaita. Mä oon tuo turrettiarsta. Paskatason ja hajotansa.
Voi kikkels.
Ai se toi tankki meitä.
Holy fuck.
That's no way to treat your queen.
Ei toi ole millään toi tankki oikeesti. Very good.
Nyt kuoli.
Hyvä.
I have the payload. Everyone relax. Come on back, Gracie. Stop mucking around and move. Let's go get him. Much better. Knife. Protecting.
Oho. Yhtäkkiä mä olin yksin.
That is it. Oi, get on the payload or I'll nail you to it. Pick up your feet, Drongo. Where's my knife? Time for the reckoning.
Mä astun koko ajan tää ultiin.
Together then strike them down.
30 seconds remaining.
Let's do it.
Ei kuolekin.
Let off some steam. When are my friends coming back?
Defeat.
Joo, mä voisin lopettaa tuon.
Alright.
Okei.
Katsotaan tässä.
Jep.
Jep.
No.
Hyviä yötä kaikille. Katsotaan ehkä huomenna lisää. Mulla on sunnuntaina töitä, niin en tiedä, jaksaako huomenna keskittyä peleihin. Katsotaan.